See if we're actually going live now. Maybe. And we're back. Had that nice little internet drop there. At least I didn't die. I didn't lose any experience. It's frustrating though. But we are back. And I apologize for that, guys. The internet dropped. Although it is looking better, I still doubt it will be good. But I am not dropping as many frames this time around. However, it does look like all of you that were watching didn't get reconnected. Which is frustrating. I'm sorry for that, guys. Hopefully the internet will stay up and we can finish the stream without having to restart. Because that's definitely frustrating. We don't really need the amulet right now. I don't have the flawless Amphimist really to craft, because we already crafted the one. I will take a rare jewel though. Never have too many jewels, I suppose, especially if you're doing the crafting. I always like get rid of the jewels because they're taking up so much room, and that's usually like one of the last things that I need to actually find. Which is kind of frustrating because usually like I'll be like, oh man, I'm not finding any Anthemists. I might as well get rid of these so I have some extra room. And then I'll drop like the 3 jewels that I've been keeping the craft with. And then I'll get like a ton of Anthemists just back to back to back. And it's like, oh man, I wish I would have kept those now. Then I get jewels and then I can't find any more Anthemists. It's just a vicious cycle that repeats forever, I suppose. But looks like we reached the end. I went the wrong way, I suppose. So I gotta go all the way back around. That sucks. Okay, there we go. There's some more monsters. We're good now. Looks like we found somewhere I can actually clear them out here. Remember, if you get a skill shrine to recast your energy shield, it will snapshot even if you lose the skill shrine for some reason. So it's at least an extra 2%. Yeah, there's a lot more. I guess only 2. Did you actually go Frost Nova as well? Or have you just been looking at it, Seth? I started off as a fire source this season. And then I saw, you know, people using some of the Frost Nova and it really got interesting. Why am I not buffed? Come on, give me the antidote potion. Thank you. You switched to fire. Fire's fun too. Fire was the original plan. Yeah, fire's strong. Fire was the original plan for me. I really wanted to make a strong fire source. And then I was in a Bale run and I saw somebody using Frost Nova. And I'm like, does that work now? And they're like, yeah, it works. And then after that, I just had to build one. Fire does. Fire feels bad too in the beginning. Like, yeah, you can break all those fire immunes that have been annoying, but without that minus fire res, it just feels bad. But once it gets going, nope, we're not doing that. There's dolls in this one. So we're skipping this dungeon. I'm not dying. How was the Wake of Fire, Sin? Because I feel like those weren't very good because they don't get the minus fire resistance from like the facets and all that stuff. Like, does that still work pretty well? So you kill them with the corpse explosions then. Level 55. Yeah, 55 probably does a lot of damage. I hope next patch they do make it so you can drop resistances with traps. Because I feel like trap sins really aren't game breaking at the moment. Honestly. I feel like the time and effort and the currency you put into like getting the traps into top tier, you could do that almost on any other class too. And they would also be top tier. Yeah, I didn't think about the investment. Well, why is there souls? I didn't know there were souls in Flare Dungeon. True. I don't know. I just really like... I like seeing more builds viable without needing the insane stuff to make them viable. Like, I still see people out there that don't realize, like, why you put infinity in a scythe. I would just like to see, I guess, I don't know, not such extreme measures and stuff to get builds, certain builds going and popping off. That way, you know, maybe people who aren't really playing the game a lot can also experience some of these other stuff. I'd like to see more casual players be able to step away from like sorceresses and paladins and stuff like that. Yeah, Cham is cheap. That is nice. I'm glad Cham's also seeing more use too. It was always such a cool rune, in my opinion. It didn't get enough use. Yeah, good luck with the bases. Those are expensive. A lot of people don't pick up claws. I'm included on that, and that's part of why they're so expensive. Yeah, the crystal sword. I don't really need it. Honestly, if it's not something that I can easily trade, I don't pick it up anymore. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I have a... What were you hoping for in the crystal sword? 4 or 6 sockets or something different? Oops, I can go there. Yeah, but now it's way back there. See, you have to understand, there's a stream delay because my internet's awful. So I was probably already 5-10 seconds away from it when I saw your chat message. You saw it. Oh, was it a rare one? Yeah, you're right. I really should. I'm just lazy. I don't pick those up. The ethereal crystal swords with rare with good mods upgraded. Yeah, they can be insane. You're like my buddy. My buddy gives me crap all the time. He's like, "Why didn't you pick up that crystal sword?" And I'm like, "I just can't be. Can't. It's just so much work." It is, but it's like one of those things. Like, I've picked up Druid pelts now for what 20 years since Lord of Destruction. I've yet to find a good Druid pelt. Strongest Sorc build other than Blizzard for player 8. Fire can be really good if you're at the high end of the damage, and Lightning build also can do player 8, I'm pretty sure. And I think the Nova build realistically could too. The Lightning Nova, not the Frost Nova. Frost Nova would struggle in player 8 to be efficient. Frost Nova's more if you're doing solo or like small parties. Fire build, fire, you could probably pull it off with Hydras, it'd be slower, like a Hydra Fireball, but Fireball Meteor would be the most damage. And you would probably need Flickering Flame and Phoenix. Yeah, there's a guide. It's the Hydra guide should get you closer to what you're looking for there, Taco. I have the gear listed in there. Yeah, you can run it with the towels if you use the orb. It's minus 15 fire res on the orb, right? And then you could facet it for a little bit more. So it's doable. Phoenix is just so expensive, which stinks. I wish there was a better option for a shield slot for the minus fire res. I didn't even make one this season. I stopped the fire source and went into a Javazon. Got everything I needed except for the Phoenix. And then I'm like, you know what? I enjoy my Frost Nova more. I'm gonna do that this time around. Frost Nova damage right here. 1,788 to 1,966. And I could push that over 2k if I would actually use the skillers. Right now I'm missing 2 skillers and I have a low Nightwing with no facet. Also I'm missing a facet in my chest piece because there's an Istrin in it. Yeah, that's sheet damage. All the cold stuff, you should be pushing them as far as you can in the cold res. Although the cold mastery and missing the facets, I don't have the minus 195 on this character currently. So if you are going to push the cold res all the way down, make sure you don't go over negative 195 minus cold res, because it won't do anything. Monsters can't go below negative 100. Yep. Yep, you're right, Seth. That's just the sheet damage. You'd be surprised. A lot of players actually argue with me on that. About the minus resistances. And a lot of players only look at sheet damage, which is so deceiving. There's a lot more that goes into your actual damage than just sheet damage. I got in an argument with a random guy saying that the Nova build doesn't work if you're wielding the Infinity. Because you can't hit your breakpoints. Like, he fundamentally just didn't understand. But he was very adamant that you can't self-wield an Infinity with a Nova source. Which is it gets so frustrating when you enjoy playing builds like this, because you have random people just constantly telling you you're wrong, and it makes trading in public games very frustrating because you're constantly educating people. Oh, well, I'm not dealing with those. So I'm hoping with the Frost Nova guides coming out, because I don't think I'm definitely not the only one playing Frost Nova. I know there's a lot more Frost Nova people coming out now. Wait, I actually didn't know that about Fireball. I didn't know that it had the double dip on the Fireball, if I'm being honest. I knew that about the Meteor, though. Yep. I don't know. You can even just look at the tooltip of Fireball, though, and be like, yeah, this does a lot of damage without even realizing it double dips there. I mean, this sheet damage alone can get pretty spicy. Oops. Still in the player dungeon. I'm good. I always go the wrong way. I gotta backtrack in. Oh well, wasn't that bad. We got one of these. Yeah, but fire's a really fun build. Man. Problem with fire build for me, and it's not even a problem with the fire build, it's a problem with me, is I just love this Frost Nova build. It is so much fun. Like, I get the playstyle is pretty much identical to Nova, but I don't know, it's just so fun. Take one of these, take this guy. Can I craft yet? Okay, so now I need to get a jewel and an amulet so I can craft. Speak of the devil. Oh, I already have the jewel. I can craft now. Unless that jewel's actually good. I'm so glad Blizzard put the Thunder Charms in. If I'm being honest, I would have rathered immunities just been completely dead to begin with. But I can see why they didn't want to do that. It leaves the campaign as originally intended, I guess. I just hate immunities. I just don't find them fun. It's like, oh, hey, this is immune to me. My build's garbage. I can't even hit it now. I don't feel like it makes the game difficult in an interesting way. It just makes it annoying. I strongly disagree. I don't think immunities are a good game design. Oh, there's dolls. I'm getting out of there. Ooh, not dealing with those. I know, dude. Those unidentified 1540s. I was just telling Seth about that because he was yelling at me for not picking up the crystal sword. The rare crystal sword because it could have been ethereal with good mods. I'm just lazy. Just lazy, unfortunately. My buddy yells at me all the time for not picking up the pelts as well. That could be usable, but whatever. So put this here. So a rare crystal sword, you need it to be ethereal, and you can get Fool's Mod, you can get sockets on there, and ED, amp, like Seth is saying. But what's neat about it is when you upgrade it all the way to a phase blade using the cube, what will happen is it'll get the intricate property that phase blades have where they're indestructible. So it'll get that ethereal damage bonus. And if you've noticed, you can't find a phase blade off the ground that's ethereal. You can only get an ethereal one by upgrading it. Ooh, that could have been good. Do paladins need 10 faster cast rate on their amulets? Or would 5 be good enough? I don't play paladins. I don't know if any of you guys are paladin players. Yeah, really eth ones are the ones you want to look at. The ethereal crystal swords are the big damage ones. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that the 5 would be too low. That was so close. Man, that's 2 amulets today that have been close to being good. Look at this other amulet here. The other one I rolled earlier today. If that would have been the 2 to Sorceress, that would have been a really nice amulet. Unfortunately, it was not the +2. It was only a +1. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that can go for a lot on the Forbidden Site if you get the right rolls. The highest I ever got was some kind of ethereal 2-handed maul kind of thing. This was back in LOD. It was like probably like 10 years ago, so I don't remember it exactly. Could be slightly off on how I remember it. But it was an ethereal self-repair with ED, Fool's Mod. I think it had attack speed on it too. It was insane. I forget what I sold it for, but it was a lot. Yep. Yeah, it's an unidentified Tal's amulet. You always pick those up. It was actually this ladder. I nailed it with my buddy. I think Durio dropped it. And I'm like, oh man, I'm so excited for this unidentified Tals. And he was laughing at me. He's like, it's never Tals. I identified it, and it was actually Tals that time. It was I was cracking up. I found 2 or 3 of them. This ladder, the Tal's amulet, that is. Found the Tal's armor earlier today. Oddly enough, in Talrosh's tomb when it was terrorized. There's no way it's 1 in 20, or else my luck is just god awful. Me? I'm not on a donor for him. Nope. I am dumb, and I can't remember my credentials for the Forbidden website to get on my account. And I keep getting denied on my recoveries. So I had to make a new one. Oh, this poison's nasty. What the heck poisoned me? Yeah, it sucks. I have an 07 join date. With, like, a lot of posts. I was using Discord, and it was okay. This ladder, I felt like the Discord that I was particularly using, it was really bad. Like, I struggled to find anything that wasn't super meta. It seems like all the people that were using Discord switched to the Forbidden Sight or something. Like, I couldn't even find people that had, like, infinities and scythes or anything like that. And seeing as how I play a lot of this really weird stuff like the Frost Nova or the self-wielding Infinity Sorceress, it was frustrating. I haven't used Tradery. I have looked at Tradery though, and it did seem okay. I think I just prefer forums, man. I used to be on forums all the time back in the day. I loved forums. That was my jam. A lot of charms dropping. Probably because of that unidentified Tao's amulet in my inventory. But the Forbidden Sight has so many problems though. Oh boy. I am so glad I didn't cast Frost Nova again. That would have killed me. I hate those stupid dolls.
Stay a while and listen.
I hate this amulet, man. It's tankard. I saw the TA, and I'm like, oh my god, did we actually call the unidentified Tao's amulet? And then it's just a friggin' tankard. Duped Enigmas. I didn't hear about that. Who sells antidote potions? I don't even remember. Just go to Act 4 and get them. Yeah, the tankard gets me every time. Oh, drop this. Come on, pick my tome up. There we go. Ooh, that's frustrating. I hate that the dupes like poof like that. Like, I understand why. Like, it's important to get them out of the economy, but the thing is, like, they dupe and then get rid of them. It's like legitimate players that bought them. They have no way of knowing. And then the item just disappears and they're screwed. Like, can you imagine like busting your butt, getting that enough to buy that Enigma in like week 1, week 2 or whatever, and then it just disappearing? Yeah, I mean, they fixed that one, but there's always more, right? How many times have they said they fixed duping? Like, it's just a giant cat and mouse game. And unfortunately, the people that lose it are the legitimate players, which sucks. Oh, that's good. I'm glad the Forbidden Sight refunded them at least. But see, like, if you weren't using the Forbidden Sight, you wouldn't get that back. There's no way Blizzard would give you an item or something. I have a webcam. The issue is I'm in the spare bedroom of the house currently. I am, once I'm not sick, I'm trying to get so I'm not sick with this cold, and then I have contractors coming over to give me quotes. I'm gonna finish up my basement, and then once the basement's finished, I'm gonna move everything down to the basement. And it'll cut down a lot of the background noise from like my girlfriend and my kid and stuff like that. And then I can actually have a room to stream with the webcam. Because the issue is I can't keep my door closed here because it gets too hot in the room. And I really don't want to put them on cam as they walk by and stuff like that. So I'll get the camera soon, don't worry about that. Yeah, there's gambling in that, but also there's some really weird buy orders on that Forbidden Sight, and I feel like there's a lot of bot farms also buying stuff on there. You get a big enough bot farm going in like the beginning of the ladder, you can make some bank. Which is nice when you find one of those. You find a guy that's buying like 10 of an item, like 10 of the Tal Orbs. I'm like, oh great, I got 4 of them already just sitting here, and you can just dump them real quick. Yeah, I mean, once you start getting that insanely high, I'm sure they're legit. But a lot of people with the high form gold are running bot farms too. Well, I don't know about a lot. Some of them are. Not necessarily. Just because they have 20 jaws or burrs doesn't necessarily mean they are. Realistically, they could just be buying them from other people and then jacking the price up. A lot of people flip stuff too. Yep, trading in games, botting them, flipping them, stuff like that. The other thing too, oh, my armor's gonna break. The ones that I kind of think are running the bot farms though are the ones that are doing like, there was some guy there that was selling like 20 unidentified griffins and like 10 fathoms or something. It's like, that's a little bit weird. He just had all these really meta items, all unidentified, and just a ton of them. It was odd. Yep. I think that's the guy I got my Fathom from. Or wait, no, I didn't go identify. I was debating if I wanted to get an unidentified one or just buy a cheap one, and I went with just buying a cheap one. Because the unidentified ones were like twice the price. I mean, technically he could have been buying and selling. Buy them for a lower price, set them up. But, oh, more dolls. Man, I hate those things. I found a unidentified griffins this ladder, though. It was in the Act 2 sewers. I had bought my griffins and then overpaid for it because I wasn't using the forbidden site yet. Got it. And then it went to the sewers, and I went down in the sewers, got my griffins to drop, and then had to sell back the griffins I just bought. Hello. Although what was nice, oh, this guy doesn't repair either. I hate Act 3 town, man. The other thing that was nice is I got that griffins and the low rune to drop during the same terrorized of the sewers, which was really nice. I went to the wrong person again. My god. Please. That's not where I want to be. There we go. Tal rune. I need to roll another spirit. I have the rune set for it. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Little froggy boys. So for those of you guys tuning in, if you have any questions of the build or questions in general, please feel free to ask in chat. If you don't want to ask and you're nervous about it, or you don't want to talk in chat, there are guides on my channel for this particular build, so you can check it out there. You can comment and I'll get back to you as well on that. But personally, I find streams to be a lot more enjoyable, at least for while I'm streaming, to answer the questions and stuff like that. And I think the chat's more interesting too as a viewer when there's questions and answers going personally. But whatever you guys want to do. I feel like I've been getting bad luck. I don't remember there being so many dolls in the Flare dungeon this consistently. I feel like they've just been there every single time. Got like 1 or 2 of them, I think, where they haven't been. Which actually, experience-wise, hasn't been completely terrible just doing the Flare jungle. Guess it's 'cause it's so dense. Probably a good place to get some runes too, honestly, since the runes are kind of based off the density there. And as I'm talking about how great the density is, nothing pops up. It's neat. Alrighty, we missed the den somewhere. Is it over here? I think that fooled you, huh? Guess I'm already fooling you, so that's fine. Where did I miss it at? Because this, I thought this ended. That's the marsh. Oh, it's right here. I didn't even go down it. I hear ghosts. That's good. Those aren't dolls. These dolls are so spooky. They do so much damage. Those make me more nervous than souls do, honestly. Especially on Nova characters, since you have to get so close. I just found 1/3 of Enigma. Look at that Ith rune right there. Easy. Oop, there's dolls. I'm out. Too spooky for me. Oh, I can't wait to be over this cold. Keep coughing. Had it for like a week now. Hoping I get over it quicker than my dad did. I think my dad's still sick. I think he's going like 2 or 3 weeks now with his. It's a nasty one. Spider Forest. Don't want to go there. Is that special? Okay. The terrorized zones were a great idea. It is nice to get out of Chaos Sanctuary or World Stone to actually get some experience once in a while. Man, it used to be so boring, the old way of getting the 99. And I still give the credit to Mr. Llama for that. I feel like if Mr. Llama wasn't so vocal about it, we wouldn't have seen change. But maybe it was already on Blizzard's radar. For those of you who weren't familiar, Mr. Llama was discussing it. He has the video. You can go watch it if you want. He's another really great content creator if you don't know who he is, Mr. Llama SC. But he was talking about the most efficient way to hit 99 before the terrorized zones. And essentially it was to have a community of people, which was his like viewers and stuff. And once you get to a certain level, the only monsters in the game that really give you efficient experience are Baal, Diablo, and Neolithek. So what the viewers would do is they would clear the World Stone Keep and Chaos Sanctuary and get him to Baal or Diablo, and then invite him to the game. He'd go into the TP there, and they'd already weakened the boss to where he can one-shot them. He'd kill them, get the experience, and then go to the next game, and he'd immediately be at Diablo. And that was the fastest way to level. Which, if you're like me, that doesn't sound very fun at all. And after he brought that to light, now we have terrorized zones, which are fantastic. And if you're a single player that, you know, just plays by yourself, you can level a lot faster now, which is great. And you get more variety too, because I know a lot of people don't like just sitting by and doing Bale or Chaos runs for hundreds of hours as they level. Although personally I find Chaos runs pretty relaxing. I do enjoy them. I really like the 8-player ones too. I don't know, they're so fun. Chaos Sanctuary is where it's at, man. They're so much better than Bale runs. I don't know if it's just because of the I think it's because, for me personally, the map doesn't change, the layout's the same, and you don't have to worry about the mob types. It's always the same. It doesn't change. You can zone out a lot more. Whereas sometimes, you know, you get to the Worldstone Keep throne room and you teleport over the wall there to get into the main area, and you got a bunch of souls. You got tons of the dolls that blow up when they die. It's awful. It's not that they give you extra experience, it's they increase the monster level so you're not getting diminished experience. So the way it works is, if you're killing a monster that's too far below you, you get diminished experience from them. Like at level 98, if you kill Lister, I'm making the number up, but it was really low. If you kill Lister, you got like 1400 experience maybe or something. And like I'm 95. You think 1400 experience really matters from a boss like Lister? It's nothing. I don't remember the exact values. And I keep saying this every stream. I need to look up what level that was, where it's pretty much either do Bale, Diablo, or Neolithic for your experience. I don't remember. I don't remember what level Lister is. Not high enough, though. But now that Lister can be terrorized himself, he's worth a bunch of experience. But I think Bale is what, 99? Is Diablo also 99? I feel like he is. Or else he's like 98 or something. And then Neolithec's also retardedly high level, which I find odd. I'm not entirely sure why he's such a high level. They also had weird design choices with him. It used to be, and they fixed this, whenever you'd kill Neolithec, the portal by Anya would go away. So you would lose access to quick Pindle skin runs once you kill Neolithec. They eventually did fix this. I think they fixed it in D2R. I think it was still like that in Lord of Destruction. They also changed it to, it used to be you killed the Cow King, you couldn't make the portal anymore. Or if anybody else killed Cow King while you were still in the game, you couldn't make cows anymore. Really glad they got rid of that. It was always annoying to get like a nice group of players that go in, and then one guy like joins the run randomly, goes and finds Cow King, kills him, and then now the run's over because nobody else can make the game. That's back when killing cows was like the way to level, though. That was a long time ago. Those were really fun runs, though, back in the day. Other than the fact most of the community couldn't make games anymore. Just a really odd decision to punish the players like that. Put this in perspective, at level 98 in a Terror Zone, you'll get thousands more than any other zone. Yeah. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And it's ridiculous in a good way. I'm really glad they did it. Because honestly, I don't see very many casual players getting the 99 ever if the only way to do it is Veil, Diablo, or Neolithek. Whereas here, maybe a casual player doesn't get it in the ladder, but it's a lot more reasonable now that they'll get it if they stick on the non-ladder and stuff like that. At least in my opinion. So you guys think that unique amulet's gonna be? I think it's gonna be one of those Nausic fires or whatever. I find a lot of that one. Or the Curious. Mario Curious or whatever it is. I find a lot of that one too.
Good day.
Garbage. Garbage. More garbage. Oh. Nokozan Relic. That's the one I meant. Garbage. Oh, wait. I do have enough. A Rowrune. Was there a Rowrune? There was one in there. So I need this jewel. No, I need an amulet. And I can craft another one there. Man, we got 2 amulets today crafted that were so close to being usable and good. Balrog Blade, Flame Bellow. Maybe the third one will be good. Or most likely it'll be garbage. I'm leaning towards the garbage one, but you never know. Archon Plate. Are you ethereal? 2-socketed. Ooh, that's a lot. I still need to find a base for Fortitude. I think I'm going to be stingy and just hold off until I get the 4-socketed Ethereal Sacred. Which means I'm not going to make one this ladder, probably. I keep finding Sacred Plates, but they're not getting that Ethereal on them, which sucks. Getting so close. And went too far. Missed the dungeon again. Yeah, I mean, if I found like a 15-15, something that was good in the Ethereal, I'll probably cave, honestly. But those are also just as rare. Well, maybe not just as rare. Those are also incredibly rare. The other thing, too, is like I don't really need it. It's not near as important now that the Sunder charms exist in the game. Back in the day, you couldn't deal with the immunes, and I never really play hybrid sorceresses. I'm usually always one element. So back in the day, it was nice to have that fortitude on the mercenary, because it could take, that immunity that I need to kill. Like Lord DeSace or whatever. Speed his kill up there, and just keep moving on. But now that nothing can be immune to me, I don't care as much. Right there was the unidentified J-mod. Pretty crazy. What was I doing again? Oh, amulet's what I need. I need an amulet to drop. Okay, and there's dolls over there. I'm just gonna nope on out about them. Can't stand those things. I could probably do it if I'm careful, but then I have to pay attention. And where's the fun in that? Also, there's only 9 minutes left. I hope the next one's a good terrorized zone. We're getting actually nice experience gains today. Compared to the other days that we were streaming. Couldn't get good terrorized zones. Ooh, don't stand on that. Here's a fun fact I don't know if you guys knew. Fire enchanted monsters are actually casting Corpse Explosion on death. And Corpse Explosion is a split of 50-50, pretty much, damage into physical and fire. And I didn't know it did physical damage until it one-shot me because I had amplify damage on me and I stood on the corpse of something dying. Also, it has like a 60 or 66% chance to crit. Got one shot through all of my mana and all my life. Had no idea it did physical damage. Also, are amulets just not dropping and I'm missing them? I feel like they're not dropping anymore. Really like it to drop before the zone swaps. Just in case it goes to a bad terrorized zone. So I really don't want to deal with that. Also, I think it's very unlikely it's going to do Chaos Sanctuary or Taurash's Tombs again, because it just did those. Thanks, Seth. I'm glad you like it, and I'm glad you subbed. Alright, man. Take care. I'll see you around. But, yeah, I just have a bad feeling the next terrorized zone's not going to be good, and then I'm going to have to go back to Chaos Sanctuary. Which isn't bad, but the experience isn't near as good. Right now, that's all I'm after, is trying to get that experience. Also, why am I not getting alerts? Tooltip right here, 1,735 to 1,910. I'm missing 2 facets and 2 skill gem or skillers. Also, I currently do not have enough to push them the negative 100 light or cold res, so a little bit less than what's possible. But since I generally play solo, as you can see, damage really isn't an issue, so I haven't really worried about upgrading that stuff to do more. You could push it more. You could get another 10% off of your rainbow facets, another minus 10 off the rainbow facets, get another 5 off of the Nightwing I'm wearing, and another 7 or so off of the Fathom, and 3 more off of the Ormus. So you can still get quite a bit more damage. Oh, plus the 2 skillers. So if you want more damage, you can still get it over what I'm currently using. It's just going to be very expensive. Why am I in Spider Forest? This isn't even terrorized. Not paying attention, apparently. But Super Dude, if you are curious about the build, there is the full guide on my channel. Just keep in mind, if you're looking to push and carry player 8s, you're not going to be able to carry player 8s very efficiently. If you're actually playing with 7 other people and everybody's contributing, you'll hold your own, but carrying won't be very efficient. I can't recommend it if you're trying to carry. you're trying to carry the Sorceress, probably the Lightning Nova or maybe a Geared Fire Sorceress. Oh, are you playing Frost Nova, Super Dude? Yeah, I mean, honestly, 1,000 damage probably still pretty good, especially when you're pushing, you know, the 350 magic bind. Yeah. How are you liking the Frost Nova build? Is it pretty fun for you? Yeah, I love it. I actually started off as a Fire Sorceress. I went with the Hydra build for the latter start, and then swapped into a Javazon for a brief period there. And then I'm like, you know what? I've seen a couple of these. Oh, get out of there. I've seen a couple of these Frost Nova Sorcs. I'm gonna make one of those, see how it does, and just fell in love with the build. It's my favorite Sorc build now. Which is odd because, well, I guess really not odd because my favorite Sorc build before was the Nova Sorceress. And it's pretty much the same play style, but I don't know why this feels so much more fun to me. Maybe because I don't look ridiculous carrying a scythe and teleporting around. PoE refuge. Oh man, you're going backwards. I don't like Blizzard, the skill, very much, if I'm being honest. Don't get me wrong, Blizzard is insanely strong. I just don't like the playstyle very much. I don't know if I'm actually allowed to say this, but I've already talked about it a couple times now. If you're really big into PoE, there is the private server for Diablo, the Project Diablo. You also might like that. However, to play on that server, you will have to purchase Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, legitimate key from Blizzard, and the base game. And you won't have the pretty graphics, so that's probably a deal breaker, but it's an option. But yeah, PoE's it's a bit rocky right now, huh? I'm really hoping the next league turns around. The build I run in PoE works fine. Everybody was complaining about Arch Nemesis being too tanky and stuff, but I was just destroying them. I didn't have problems with them on my build. But also, a lot of people don't think the build was very interesting to play, but I liked it. Yeah, no, I honestly, I would stick to D2R. Oh, I don't want to, no. I hate those dolls. D2R is fun. It's good enough. The Project D2 just has some really nice quality of life. Plus different skills are actually good. Like, for instance, the main thing that I like about the Project D2 is you actually have another row of 4 underneath here. And you can put in anything in there. But the only way your charms will actually work is if they're down there. So you'd put all your charms in the bottom 4 rows. And then you'd actually have this upper inventory to loot stuff. Which was really nice. Instead of having to do what I just did to buy antidote potions. Oh, heck yeah, Rocky Waste. Let's go. This is another great zone. This is definitely top 5 for terrorized zones here. Yeah, the charms are just archaic. There's really nothing you can do without actually changing the core function of the game, though. Other than adding those extra rows, but then it's not... It's not like Diablo anymore then at that point. You've changed it a little bit more. But, I don't know. They have shown that they're willing to make big changes. I don't know when you started playing this, but before this latter season, Sunder Charms actually didn't exist. Which meant immunities were actually a huge thing. And while you could break the immunities with like a lower resistance curse or a infinity, which has the conviction R on it. Cold immunes had such high resistances that a lot of them couldn't even be broken with those. And a lot of people, for a very long time, and I feel like people still believe this, believe that cold mastery would actually break those immunities and they would max it, and that's not true. Cold mastery cannot break cold immune. Which, I don't know. I feel like that should be on the tooltip. So it's not exactly clear. But as a PoE player, you are used to tooltips not being accurate or telling you really anything useful. So, guess you're just at home here with that. Never met a game where you... There's so many third-party things you need to download to be efficient. Path of Building just cracks me up. That's even a thing. I hate being poisoned. But anyways, back to Diablo. There's a lot more build variety nowadays with the Sunder Charms, in my opinion. I think cold sorceresses, and especially fire. I feel like fire sorceresses, maybe not this ladder. But I think once people start seeing the true power of fire sorceresses geared, I think you're going to see them a lot more. Because they do some nasty damage, man. Game. Or at least they can do some crazy damage once they're geared. Because the problem fire sorceresses always really had was that there's so many fire immunes in the game, and fire immunes, while there were more you could break with Infinity or a lower res curse, it's still a pain. And it made them extremely expensive. But with the Sunders and the Flickering Flame, it's not a huge issue anymore. Especially now that Phoenix is starting to become more meta as well for your shield slot, getting that extra minus 28 fire res on it. I think people will start to realize how strong fire sorcs are in another ladder or two, if not near by the end of this ladder. I feel like people are definitely sleeping on fire sorceresses. Because personally, I'd rather play a fire sorceress over a blizzard sorceress. I think they're a lot more fun. Blizzard playstyle. It's just kind of annoying for me. Then you also have the fire druids popping off too. I started seeing a lot of them, I think, last season. I feel like there's a lot more now. I think people are starting to catch on to how strong that build is. Especially with the Sunders. And that build was nice too because it also did physical damage on top of the fire damage. So immunities weren't near as cancer. They're still annoying, but they weren't like completely awful. You could deal with them at least with the physical damage. It'd be a little bit slower because it was harder to scale the physical damage of the fire druids. Because generally, you know, you would scale with the facets and stuff like that. I still haven't found a blue amulet. I must not be paying attention enough. I just need one. That's all I need. One blue amulet so I can make an amulet that'll disappoint me and question why I keep crafting them. But for those of you just joining us, if you're interested in this build, there is the full guide on the YouTube channel. If you've watched that or you don't want to watch that, you feel free to ask questions in chat. I do try to answer all the questions and stuff on the comments of the videos. And then if I can, I try to answer everything in chat too. It just depends how fast chat's talking and how many questions are popping up. But I do try to answer everybody. The one problem with the YouTube videos, though, and I don't know if this is just a me problem, like I haven't figured it out or what, because I just recently started doing this. Get off there. There we go. Whenever I comment to people that commented on my video and they reply back, a lot of times, oh my god, do I not? I don't have energy shield up. That almost killed me. I don't see when they reply back to a reply on the YouTube studio thing, which is annoying. I gotta figure that out. I feel like I'm missing a lot of replies. I gotta go back through stuff and try to find them. But see if we can get a good drop down in the tombs here. I've had a lot of good luck in the past here. Even before terrorized zones, I was farming this area a bit, and I was getting found Talrosh's armors out of here before terrorized zones were a thing. Was it yesterday, I think? Or maybe it was the day before. I think it was the day before, maybe. We found a Gaul rune out of the treasure chest, which was nice. And then I think we found a Shaco teleporting there, actually. Pretty high one, too. It was a 138 defense. Only 3 off perfect. I'm going to have to identify soon. I'm going to run out of cube space. See if we can at least finish this out, though. Take that experience shine. It's got to be... Where the heck is it? Is it going to be straight left from the entrance? I just missed it. Where's it at? Oh, I missed this guy at least. Oh my. That sucks. It's literally right there. There it is. Can I fit it in the box? I can. We'll craft that next time we go to town. See if we get a good amulet craft, which would be nice. We've gotten really close twice today. And Talia's boots, not bad. Those are actually really nice boots if you're when you're ladder starting. I'll take those anytime on a ladder start. The dual res on them is just nice to have. I don't have inventory room, but you guys should really be picking up rare boots. Rare boots have the possibility of being insane, worthing a lot of money. Primarily, you're looking for tri-resistances on your boots. Oh, guess we're not picking that up. You get the tri-resistances. You can even get some magic find on there if you're lucky. Generally, people are going to want them with the faster run walk. So if you get faster run walk and tri-res on the boots, you're generally in the money.
Stay a while and listen.
Especially if it rolls well. Wow. I wonder if that's worth anything. Kind of makes you a boss if you're just killing demons. We'll keep that jewel. We'll keep that too. That's a nice charm. Put the charm here. Put the jewel over here. Ugh. So close. Can't win them all, I guess. Honestly, it's not a terrible roll. You can get a lot worse. You can get no skills. You can get 5 faster cast rate. It's just pretty rare to get a really good one. That's why those ones are so expensive. But I highly recommend it if you guys aren't to try to land those caster amulets. Or at the very least, keep picking up the perfect anthemist or the flawless anthemist and making perfects. They do have value. A lot of people will buy them off you for crafting, and they'll try to craft those amulets. But if you're not aware, using that recipe in the cube is how you get the 20% faster cast rate, 2 to all class skills, like a 2 to sorceress, 20 faster cast rate, life mana resistances or something like that. You have to do it from crafting. If you're not doing crafting, the highest cast rate you can get is the 10%. Also, if you're going to do the crafting, make sure you're doing it on a high level character. I don't remember off the top of my head what number it is. It's either like 92, 93 maybe, I think. But the crafting does depend on your character level. So don't be crafting like on level 1s. Try to save them up until you're higher. And if you're actually going to craft, do look up the actual level you need. That way you're not wasting your resources. Because like I said, those perfect anthemists do have value. So, I mean, honestly, so do junk jewels. I see a lot of people selling like 40 junk jewels. They're identified, they rolled really bad, but people need them for crafting, so they buy them. So, if you're not going to craft, at least pick up the Flawless Anthemis, I guess is the moral of the story. And then Tri-Res or your boots. The rare boots for Tri-Res are also important to pick up. Those will get you some decent money if you get the Tri-Res and the Run Walk. And then we were discussing this earlier, but I don't know how many of you were there for it. We were talking with Seth about it. The other thing that you should be picking up, and a lot of people don't know this, is rare crystal swords. At least pick it up and see if it's ethereal, identify it. If it's not ethereal, you probably don't have to. It's up to you if you want to. But the reasoning for that is the ethereal crystal sword can be upgraded using a cube recipe to a phase blade. And what's interesting about that is, let's say you get an ethereal crystal sword that has Fool's mod on it and maybe some IAS or some other good mods on it, right? Well, crystal sword itself has really low base damage. You're like, why the heck would I use that? But if you upgrade it using the cube recipe and it's ethereal, you can do it for non-ethereal too, but it's really not worth it. So just strictly speaking for the ethereal ones, you can cube recipe it all the way up to a phase blade. Yeah, that's probably just me. I can't pronounce most things. If you pay attention, I mispronounce a lot of things. Anyways, if you upgrade the ethereal crystal sword all the way to a phase blade using the cube recipe, what you're going to notice is that it'll keep its ethereal property as a phase blade. And which is important because you can't actually have a phase blade drop and it be ethereal. Phase blades can't be ethereal by drop. They can only be ethereal by upgrading them from a crystal sword. And since they're ethereal, they have more base damage, and since you upgrade them to the phase blade, they get the phase blade base damage. So you can get some really insane one-handed phase blades that way. And you can't actually identify them off the ground like that. So ethereal crystal swords that are rare, pick them up, see if they're ethereal. If you want. I mean, I don't even do that. I'm lazy though. If you want the possibility of hitting the jackpot, pick them up. How about that? Same with Druid Pelts. Druid Pelts, there's a chance you'll get a jackpot, and those will be worth a bunch. Your rare boots for Tri-Res, those can be worth a lot. I mean, even gloves, honestly. Gloves can be pretty insane. If you hit the 2 to Javelin skills, 20 faster cast rate, and get some other good mods on there. I think Fire Res is a big one. Life Leech, Mana Leech, stuff like that. But I think Fire Res is one of the big things people look for. I'm assuming it's because Spirit doesn't have the Fire Res on it. Oh, speaking of other things you should pick up and look at are staffs. So that one is 4-socketed, which is what you want. But what you're looking for, particularly on a 4-socketed one like this, is 3 to Energy Shield. And if it's really going to be worth a lot, it'll be 3 to Energy Shield and then... Oh, Trex. Or no, Waterwalks. It'll be 3 to Energy Shield and then 1 to one of the armor types here. Frozen Armor, Shiver Armor, or Chilling Armor. Those are also worth a lot, so definitely pick those up. A lot of people don't pick those bases up. And Energy Shield Sorceresses love those. They'll build a memory in there. And I think a perfect one, I think it's like +9 to Energy Shield, and they use it for pre-buffing. It's absolutely insane. The other staff worth picking up is 5-socketed staffs. Same thing, 3 to Energy Shield and 1 to the armor types. Sorceresses will use that and put in Call to Arms into it. Well, they won't be able to use the Spirit Shield for the buffing. It's a lot less work for their pre-buffing. So, those are worth a lot more money to the right buyers. So definitely check and pick those up. What other things are worth a lot that people generally don't pick up? You guys think of any, chat? I think I got most of them. Man, it's only been 16 minutes here.
Stay a while and listen.
Nope, that's garbage. Oops, don't need that. Go over here. I know I say this a lot, but I also forget a lot. Make sure you put energy shield on yourself if you're an energy shield sorceress. You will die extremely quick if you do not. Also, use telekinesis a lot. Telekinesis is really useful. You can pick up scrolls and potions in gold. You can use waypoints and TPs. Ah, javelins. Yeah, thank you. Magic javelins can also be worth a lot. You can get the 6-2 javelin skills with the IAS on there. And those can be pretty insane. The J mods. Man, I forgot a lot actually. You're right. The J mods, the Jeweler's Monarchs of Deflection. They're a magic monarch. They get 4-socketed and have the deflection mod on them. Those will fund your whole character. If you get a J mod, you got a whole character built right there, pretty much. Those things are worth so much. And then honestly, even rare ethereal javelins can be worth quite a bit if you get the right mods on there. Some people will even buy those off you. Rare and ethereal, as long as they're the Amazon type, they'll buy them off you, even unidentified, if you find the right buyers. Really? The javelins are more expensive than J-Mod? That's crazy. I guess I never paid attention to those. I thought J-Mod was the most expensive magic one. And the sad thing is, I'm still not going to pick up the magic javelins. They're so rare. I will pick up the monarchs once in a while if I actually have room. But that's about it. Yeah, the 640 javelins, those are insane. It always kind of cracks me up that, like, you have these unique items and you have rare items and stuff, and then magic items are just kind of there. And you're like, ah, why would I want that? And yet magic items can be some of the strongest items in the game. You can also get the magic rings. I think those were actually a thing. I don't think those were bugged into the game, right? The magic rings that have 35 magic find or something like that. They're actually higher than the Naggles if they roll right. Pretty sure those were a legitimate ring and not a bugged ring. I haven't seen one in a long, long time though. Is it 40, not 35? Yeah. They can be pretty insane. So Pavo, knowing all of those things, like all the magic items and what they can be, do you actually pick them up? Or are you lazy like me and you leave them on the ground? Oh, look at you. That's the way to be, picking them up. Have you ever found any of them? I've never found any of the J mods or any of those. But I also don't pick them up, so I really wouldn't expect to find them. Except for the rings, yeah. Those rings have a decent bit of value to them though, I'm pretty sure. I just don't know very many people that want them. Yeah, I mean, those magic items are just so insanely rare. I always kind of wondered if it was by design that you could find magic items where that were that insane, or if it was just like a happy coincidence. Vortex shield and a berserker axe. I did find a 44 all-res ethereal vortex shield once. It's the best paladin shield I've ever found. I was kind of salty it didn't roll perfect. I mean, one off. Close enough, I guess. That was back on the LOD, though. That was a long time ago. Ethereal vortex shields are pretty rare, I think. Matriarchal and ceremonial. Yeah, those are the important ones. Cask. I like this little area. It's almost always the same. Decent loot. Decent density. There's nothing really here that should kill you. At least with this build. Although if I remember correctly, a lot of stuff has high lightning res in this area. But it's also nice because the rocky waste is terrorized with it. I really wish they did that with like Tristram. I really don't know why Stony Field isn't terrorized with Tristram. I really feel like they should combine the two. Because I feel like all the other ones are. Like, we just had the Flayer Dungeon, and that one had the Flayer Jungle terrorized. Stony Tomb gets the outside here in Rocky Waste terrorized. You got the Ethereal Vortex 43? Yeah. They can go for insane amounts, which I always thought was kind of weird. Because I feel like Smiters really don't need Exile. I guess people just like building perfect characters, maybe. I guess a lot of characters don't need this really high-end crap to do what they're supposed to do anyways, so... I guess it does make sense, actually. Flying X, not ethereal. We're getting quite a bit of uniques, just nothing good. Ring. I haven't found a Soja BK either. I've been trying to go over today on like what I've found and what I haven't. Sojas and BKs I haven't found in a long time. I'm not even sure I've ever found a BK ring actually. Now that I think about it. I found Sojas before. I'm trying to think what other items I never found. I found 2 grandfathers and a wind force this ladder. Previously, I never find those. I still remember back in the day that Sojas were the currency for trading instead of runes. Grand Charm. And I was hoping it was a Geeds. I'm trying to trade for a wind force with your 40 Sojas. Because you can't fit anything more in the trade window. Because there's only 40 slots. Man, those were the days. Having 40 Sojas to trade for the Wind Force. And man, the upgrade too was really nice. Because back in the day, Amazons were like the meta. Because you leveled through cows. So you would... And there wasn't synergies back then either. So on your front hand, you would have either like a Baraiza, an Eagle Horn, or a Wind Force. And then on your offhand, you would have a Storm Shield and Titans. And you would just generally Javazon your whole way through the cows. Because, I mean, Javazons are the king of cows, in my opinion. And then back then, the PvP too was a lot of Amazons. Boson duels are really popular, really fun. There were some really broken items too, like the 08 Valcombs. I don't remember the exact stats on them. So they had like what, run, walk, cast, and hit recovery in absurd amounts. I think they had skills. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've looked at an 08 Valcomb. I guess those aren't even possible to have in Diablo 2R now that I think about it. They're only in Lord of Destruction. That's kind of sad. Wish they would have brought him back. They should have brought him back. Made him really rare. Only available for like the first like launch of the game. Or maybe just make them a non-ladder exclusive or something. I don't know. The 08 Gazes too. I don't remember the difference with the 08 Gazes. But they gutted that Valcomb compared to what it used to be and what it is now. That item was strong. What are the other 08 ones? There's the 08 Gaze, 08 Valk. Wasn't there an 08 Wind Force too? Was slightly different in some way, I think. I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. Oh, then real back in the day, you used to have those hacked items that somehow got onto Battle.net too. Those were insane. You used to have, you guys know what the Oculus is, right? The Sorceress main hand weapon. Somebody or somehow they bugged it to where they were on rings. So you'd be able to get rings that had the +3 to Sorceress skills and all of the Oculus stats. They'd go in your ring slot. Those were fun. I don't know how they got those on Battle.net. Then there was... I think they did the same thing with Wiz Spikes. Did they get Wiz Spike rings? I think it was. Then they had Ith bows, which were like insane damage, like 6 socketed or something retarded with them. Those got hacked in. There were a couple hacked items that got into the game somehow.
Impossible.
Guess I'll go identify real quick. Those really shook up the meta back in the day. -75. Do I want to keep that? I think I have a fire one still, right? Oh, I'm keeping an 85, so I might as well. I don't know why I had an 85 in there.
I am overburdened.
What other funny things happened way back in the day on Lord of Destruction? Oh, for PvP, you used to be able to pop people. If their inventory was full and you killed them and then dropped a bunch of items on their corpse, you'd act like you were trying to kill them. And they would hopefully pick up an item and it would auto-equip. And then you would kill them, and then all of the rest of their items would drop onto the ground and you'd be able to loot them. It was really dirty. I'll be right back. I have a phone call. 1 second.
overburdened.
Good day. Need some help?
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. Not here.
I've just realized now at this point I've been muted for God knows how long.
Not here.
Oh my. That's awkward. Well, really should find a better way of making sure I don't do that in the future. I bet it's been like 20 minutes since I've been talking to you guys, huh? I've been talking this whole time. Explaining why I died, how not to be an idiot, don't do what I did. Nope. Just talking to myself to talk, I guess. That's frustrating. Oh well. Anyways, if you were here when I died, the reason I died is because I did not cast Energy Shield. And I know I say it all the time, and I'm sure it gets annoying. Make sure you cast Energy Shield before you leave the town, because you will die very quickly. And we got to demonstrate that by dying extremely quickly. Now where the heck is the Stony Tomb at? Man, I really wonder how long I was muted now. I think it was when I took the phone call. Oh, here it is. I guess having a camera would have resolved that, huh? You guys would at least saw me talking, and you could have told me I was muted.
Impossible.
Impossible. We'll go check. And back. Welcome back, Seth. You didn't miss much. I took a phone call, and then muted for the phone call. And then I've been talking to myself for God knows how long. Completely muted. Filled up the gas tank. I bet that wallet's hurting now. I know, I get sad whenever I look at how much that stuff costs to fill up my tank. It's frustrating. But, yeah, I died. Missed that while I was gone. I forgot to cast Energy Shield and then telestomped a pack of mobs, landing on top of the rare mob, which was fire enchanted, and then killed myself without my Energy Shield on. So that was fun. So we've been having fun. Ooh, this poison's nasty. It's not even like you can get mad, right? Like you know you screwed up, like it's on you, but you're just like disappointed in yourself. You're like, I can't believe I forgot to do that again. And this is why I don't play sorceresses on hardcore. I cannot remember 100% of the time to put my Energy Shield on. I forget too much. Yeah. It's shameful. It is. Honestly, if I'm not streaming, and usually when I do that, if I'm not streaming, I just log off. Log off in shame. It's a shame quit. Get my body and leave. I love hardcore. Hardcore is really fun. My internet's too bad, and I don't think I'm a good enough player, honestly, for it. But on top of that, my main characters are always sorceresses, but I like Energy Shield, and I can never fully always remember to keep the Energy Shield on, and then I die. But I really like Energy Shield. I think mostly because on hardcore, it doesn't force me, I guess. It allows me to rotate my classes out more, so I'm just not always playing the same class, or maybe the same build. I mean, I have the time to dedicate to it. The issue with me personally is my internet. I get really, really salty if I die and lose my character because my internet went out, which happens a lot. I probably lose internet 2 to 3 times a day. I need to buy Oh, there's a Grand Charm. Shoot, what did I put in here? Small? Need to buy antidote potions. I'm getting poisoned too much. It's the price of living in the middle of nowhere. You get terrible internet, but on the plus side, it's very rare I have to hear any of my neighbors. They live so far away. You get nice, it's peace and quiet. I used to live in a big city. Well, right outside of the big city. I've never actually lived in the city itself, but like 10-15 minutes outside of the city. And it was fun. Like, it was great because like the nightlife was really good. Pretty much any time I could get food delivered to me of whatever kind of food I wanted. There was better options for food. It was really nice, but having to listen to like my neighbors yell or living in an apartment and having people above me, it got on my nerves. So I moved to the middle of nowhere. Yep, Prayer Mercenary. If I'm playing Energy Shield, any of my builds, and it's a Energy Shield, there's a very, very high probability it's going to be a Prayer Mercenary. Because I rarely have to use potions for health or mana since I have the Prayer Mercenary. Mostly due to your health being so low, the Prayer Mercenary just really keeps you alive. Yeah, I mean with the insight in that, I probably go through like, I don't know, 2 or 3 juves an hour. And it's usually just because I got poisoned and I ran out of antidote potions or something to deal with it. I'm surprised more people don't do it, honestly. I guess people don't have a problem using potions. Sorceresses can get really tanky. I have no doubt that you have an immortal sorceress on non-ladder. Back in the Lord of Destruction days, I played a Nova Sorceress with the Infinity in hand, which was, back then, decently rare. You didn't see very many people doing it. It was mostly a PvP thing back then. And the only duel that I ever really lost with her was against another Nova Sorceress. And I just could not comprehend how she beat me so hard. And the answer to that was she was using those, I don't know if you remember them, those bugged mana life charms. They were like 18 to life, but like 70 to mana small charms. And her whole inventory was full of those. She had like 40 of them. She legitimately had like 10,000 mana or something like that I had to burn through with a 95% energy shield. Because she was pre-buffing as well. Absolutely destroyed me. Could not touch her. Even if I would telestomp her first, as soon as she gets out of that stun and starts that, I was just over. I could not get through that mana.
Not in town.
Yeah, they were nutty. They're expensive too. Although, to this day, I still say those charms in dueling were bad manner. I don't remember what the official community was on it, their stance, but yeah, the Aki. Yeah, I talked about these. The Aki rings, the Ithbos, all those fun things. Except for I'm fairly confident that's after I took the phone call, and I'm pretty sure I was muted the entire time I was talking about those. But the Aki rings were insane. Do you remember? I think they were the Ithbos. They pretty much had like the same damage as like a Wind Force, but were 6-socketed. And then if you look in my guide, it's actually going to be in the Blizzard guide, and it was in the what was it? The Energy Shield Nova Sorc guide. It was the Armageddon Fletch amulet. Do you remember the Armageddon Fletch amulet? I specifically said in the guide, do not bother trying to get this amulet. It's pretty much impossible. You don't need it, but it's just a nice little showcase amulet to show kind of what you're looking for. So those of you not familiar, the Armageddon Fletch amulet, I don't even know if it's legitimate. I don't know if you can even possibly find that or not. But the Armageddon Fletch amulet was 2 to sorceress, 20 faster cast rate, had tons of health, mana, resistances, and like 20 strength or something on it. Absolutely insane. Yeah, the ith items were crazy. Wasn't there another bow that also got hacked into the game? Was it Zephyr? Wasn't there like a hacked Zephyr bow or something like that back in the day that made it to BattleNet somehow? I was thinking there was another bow that was absolutely insane. Yeah, I remember that one. I thought there was another one. Maybe I'm wrong. That was so long ago. I could just be misremembering, honestly. But those hacked items are so insane. The Oculus rings, I think, were my favorite. I remember the first time I hovered over one of those, and I'm like, wait, what? Those were the first hacked items I ever ran into on BattleNet, was the Oculus rings. Wasn't there... Was it Whizspike rings or Whizspike gloves? Something was hacked with Whizspike stats that wasn't a Whizspike as well. Soj Mage Fist. I don't remember that one. I wonder if anybody ever figured out or came clean on how they got those hacked items into the game. I'd be really interested in watching a video on that. Like the editors for like single player, yeah, that's obvious, like we know. But getting like actual hacked items into BattleNet was, I don't know, I'd love to know how that was done. Just the IT nerd in me. Actually bugged from that's crazy. I'm gonna go after I get off stream. I'm gonna go find out and see if I can find a video like that. Oh yeah, the bugged Arcane's Valor, or the eth bugged Fortitudes. I'm sure you remember eth bugged Fortitudes. Those were along forever. Those weren't even really hard to do. Those were fun. That's interesting. I never knew how those actually came to be. Even more so, I'm more surprised Blizzard never cleaned them up and just let them run rampant like that. Blizzard nowadays, man, they'd get rid of those so quick. Could you imagine being the person that found like that item, the bugged one? I wonder how much it originally would have sold for. Because you know the dupers were just dying to get their hands on those items. Yeah, like it had to be some kind of shady back alley deal for those. Because if like one of those dropped now, like let's say like I went and killed Mephisto and it dropped an Opki ring, I'm not letting it go for 40 burr runes. I don't know if I'd ever let it go. I think I would just keep it as a showcase, if I'm being honest. Like realistically, what else are you gonna buy? I'm not a non-ladder player, so really whatever I sold it to would only be good for one ladder. Whereas if I kept the Opki ring, there's a good chance I have the only one in existence. Oh, there's my ethereal 4-socketed 15% ED man catcher, right? There's no way it's not that. And it's ethereal. And 2-socketed. Come on, game. Grief of Dooms and Peace Enigmas. I never saw those ones. Yeah, I figured it was some kind of packet editor. So I guess back then they really didn't think about people cheating and using packet editors near as much as they do nowadays. What was it? Age of Conan had a really bad launch, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was Age of Conan. They really didn't like encrypt their stuff correctly, or I don't remember the exact stuff. It was either it wasn't encrypted correctly or somebody figured out it, but essentially there was a lot of packet manipulation that you were able to do all kinds of stuff. In fact, one of the guys who discovered it was actually able to get into people's inventory and take and move items out of their inventories with the packets via the inspect. And GM actually showed up one time to see what he was doing, and he was able to inspect the GM's user ID and then use that user ID with the malicious packet to actually ban the GM from the game. I was watching a whole thing. It was so screwy. It was cracking me up. There's like things like, you know, you're worried about making a good game and you're like, oh yeah, the game's good, it's secure, let's go, and then something like that happens. Like, that's just my biggest fear. Like, when I say I do, I very rarely do it. I usually end up getting stuck and then getting frustrated and quitting. But I have like a really big desire. I love game design. Like, the philosophies and stuff behind it are great. I love them. So I get really deep into that stuff when I find like documented and well explained videos to that stuff. But like, my deepest fear is like, you make a game, you're like, oh, it's so good, the gameplay is great, and then you find out like the behind the scenes stuff is so bad, people are just hacking everything they possibly can and ruining it. Stole the mod potato. I don't remember the mod potato, but I do remember the Falador massacre. I still don't understand exactly how the Falador massacre got so bad. It seems as simple as somebody logging on and banning him. Ooh, pit run. That's not bad. I'll take a pit run. The potato had the mod pack. That's so weird. RuneScape's another great game. The design of RuneScape baffles me on why it's so successful.
The monastery on Dariel's stronghold.
Like, legitimately thinking, if you break it down, almost every skill is exactly the same. The combat is very boring. It's literally auto attack only. Until you start getting into the high-end tick manipulation and essentially just exploiting everything you can in the game engine, which I would argue 99% of the player base actually doesn't do. But like, that game, huge following. People love that game. I love that game. That game's fun. I can't tell you why I enjoy it so much. I will literally sit there using RuneLight, and I will click circles doing agility training for hours on end. I will hate every second of it, go to bed, wake up, and do it again. So, I don't know where it was. There's a delay in the stream. Here it is. Garbage. It's only 2-socketed. Also, I really hope they add filters to this game, like what Project D2 has, even if it's not as like good as Project D2. I like being able to see like the number next to it when it's dropped to let you know if it's ethereal or how many sockets are on it. The Project D2 ones get insane. You can actually set the filters up, so without picking up the item, you can see the mods on the claws. Also, Dragonflight. A lot of people also like Dragonflight on there too. I think that might be more of like an early game thing, before people can really afford the Enigmas. But I know some people do like a Dragonflight on there. Exactly what Seth said. The Blade Shield and the +3 Lightning Sentry or a Dragonflight are the big ones on there. There's some other niche builds that'll use some other things too, but the if you get +3 to Lightning Sentry and stuff on there, you're good. What is it for those claws? 3-socketed is right? Because that's going to be Chaos's 3-socketed, Plague's 3-socketed. Yeah, Venom's another big one. Yeah, were you the one I was talking to earlier, Seth, about the claws? Or about trap sins? How I feel like they should be better and they should get the negative res of the facets. Like, yes, this trap sins can absolutely get insane. But like you just said yourself, those claws are so expensive. Are they really OP though, other than if you're dropping 40 burrs into them though? And even then, if you're dropping 40 burrs into a build, shouldn't it be overpowered? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you don't want to affect the PvP meta, I feel like you could also just make it so that they don't drop resistances in PvP. But I feel like for PvE, I feel like Trapsin should be able to utilize facets and griffins. Honestly. Especially because they made it so Sunder works with traps. So like, if Sunder works with traps, I fail to see a good reasoning not to let facets work with traps. For PvE at least. PvP, I feel like the PvP community is pretty small. I don't think Blizzard really cares about them very much, if I'm being honest. Although I do kind of want to try that fire trap assassin now. You have piqued my curiosity with that. Yep, I always do these all solo. It's one of the big reasons I really want them to add the slash players command to BattleNet. I like going at my own pace. I don't like waiting for people to catch up. I don't like trying to catch up to people if they're faster than me. I don't like trying to snag stuff as it drops rather than clearing the room and then picking something up. But changing how the loot drops, so like you only see your own loot, or you know, it gets assigned to you like it does in PoE. I feel like that changes the game too much. That's why I'd really like just to have the players command. I feel like we'll get a players command before we'll get assigned loot. I feel like a big vocal minority of the game will absolutely complain if we got assigned looting. Even if it was optional. I think we have better luck pushing for the slash players command than that. And really, they wouldn't even have to make it the command. They could just make it like a setting on the menu. Like, you know how we have the terrorize checkbox now? Just let us set what it is, and even if players leave or join, it's always whatever's set there. Or at least set there. If you set it to like player 1 and then like 8 people join, it'll go to player 8 or something. But it should at least always be the minimum of whatever's set. And you can't change it once the game is made or something. I don't. I want slash players. Slash players is my #1 request. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely want stacked runes, but I would rather, if I had to pick on which one I was getting or the order, I absolutely want the slash players command first. But stackable runes would also be great, because I would actually have half a stash tab, or 3/4 of a stash tab to use, rather than just my last stash tab, which has random garbage in it that maybe one day I might actually need. I don't know why. I don't know about pots. I mean, I guess you could. Never really had a need. I guess maybe Ubers. People that do Ubers a lot would like the stackable pots, I guess. Also, maybe it's just how I build my characters, where I don't really rely on pots at all. Maybe that's why I don't find the pots to be such a big issue. I mean, I could see it. It'd be nice, but it's not something that I personally need or want. I could see why others would. Scepter. I don't know if I can kill Declone with this build. I haven't tried. I've missed every spawn other than the very first one. Cautiously, I would say no. Probably not. But I think I might be able to. Orb has some pretty sick single target damage. The main issue that I have to get around is the regen. I know Blizzard can because that's how I got my first Annie, was with Blizzard. Orb does some pretty sick single target damage though. That's the only reason I'm kind of on the fence about if I could. Realistically, guess I could just make this in an editor on single player and then spawn Diablo there. And test it. That's a lot of work. Because I don't have this already built in single player. Because for that guide, I actually used this character instead. Blizzard can get really high. I think in my guide with the geared set I had, I think it was like 16,000 damage Blizzard. And then 10,000 damage Ice Blasts with minus 195 to cold resistance on it. That guide comes out, assuming my internet doesn't die on me overnight while I'm uploading it, it'll come out tomorrow at 1 p.m. If I have problems with the upload, it'll probably be Tuesday.
Impossible.
Why? Garbage. I need to either gear up my assassin or I need to just sit down and commit time to making my paladin. Or, better yet, I could just stop being lazy and actually make a Fury Druid, like a reasonable person would, instead of just putting it off saying, oh, I like Fury Druids, I just never play them. That way I always just have a dedicated declone killer, don't have to worry about it. Actually, I might just make the Fury Druid now that I think about it, because I'm going through my head of the items I have. And I think I have all the gear in my stash to actually make him. Oh, maybe I'll get a G-Rush later. I'll do that.
The monastery on Dariel's stronghold.
Yeah, that does sound like fun. I think I might actually do that. Get a G-Rush and then make the Fury Druid. So expensive. I need a torch though. Do I need a... I don't think I actually need a torch. No, I don't think I would. I don't think I need a torch or an Annie. I guess it would be really basic stuff. Drax, Rib Cracker, Jalals, or however you pronounce it. Jalaz? That doesn't sound right either. I don't know how you pronounce that one. Armor, I'm sure I can find something. Boots or Gore Riders. I guess I don't have those in there. Although, I guess I don't have to have Gore. I could just put Goblin Toes on. Be good enough, I think. I'm pretty sure that Fury Druid would still destroy Declone. The rings, Ravenfrost, definitely have that in my inventory. I don't know if I have the Angelic saved. I don't even know if I'd need them for Declone. And, alright, and I don't even need Storm Shield because I'm using Rib Cracker. I think I have a Storm Shield in the inventory too. Yeah, I should probably do that. Yeah, come. Alrighty. Yeah, the Druid Torch is cheap. I'm just don't really want to spend a bunch on them. I'm looking to just probably do the bare minimum to get him so he can reliably just kill Declone. That's probably all I'll do with him. And even then, the smarter option's probably just gear the Kixin up, since she's already leveled. Because nobody wants martial arts crap. She pretty much just takes the same gear. Ooh, that was bad. Am I completely full? Holy crap. I don't remember what else I need on my Kixin. Don't remember what the actual problem was with her. So originally I built her as trap, and then I got bored. Could League start Assassin maybe next time. That might be fun. Problem with Assassin is need Infinity and Enigma really. Yeah, maybe I won't League start that. That sounds like a lot of work. What would I even farm with her? They'd be so weak in the beginning. Cows, maybe? Even then, I feel like cows would be really slow. Should probably research that a little bit more. I do like trap assassins. They're really fun. Maybe they'll get some buffs. That'd be nice.
The monastery on Dariel's stronghold.
I don't... Yeah, they're strong, but would you say they're strong as a League start, though? I feel like their damage at League start is slow at best. Once they get gear, yeah, they're good. I prefer D2R over D3. I hate Diablo 3, if I'm being honest. Give me 1 second, guys. I can hear my daughter knocking. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. So I'll get back to your guys' questions and what we were talking about before, but that just scared the crap out of me. I have not been that scared in a while. So I heard 3 knocks, and I thought it was on the door. I have sound canceling headphones on, so it's sometimes hard to hear. So I heard 3 knocks, and the door's behind me. So, you know, I told you guys I'm gonna go. I think the daughter's knocking. I open the door. She's not there. I look left and right. My daughter's not there. So I go into her room, and I'm like, "Are you knocking?" No. So now I'm panicking. I'm like, was somebody knocking on the window? Because I have the window open because it's so hot with like the door closed. And like I'm starting to get nervous because I live in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, what is going on? And she's like, I was trying to kill this little spider. I didn't want it to get me. And she's holding a ruler. The spider was on the wall and she was smacking it with the little plastic ruler trying to kill the spider, and that was the knocking noise. But scared the heck out of me. So yeah, Seth, I was talking about a trap assassin for ladder start. I feel like they'd be really weak or really slow compared to like the other ladder starters. And then Chandra, you never played ladder, you play solo D2R with space mod. Yeah, I mean, I really like D2R, and then like if you are playing the single player where you have like the space mods and stuff, it is really nice. How come you don't play ladder? Do you not like playing with people, or you just prefer, you know, the single player? Because like I generally play single player, but I play on the ladder. I really like trying to progress on the ladder, early ladder and stuff like that. And then it is nice to be able to trade for some of these build enabling items and stuff like that. Yeah, they're weak in the beginning. See, that's the thing. I'd like to ladder start with something that's good, and I can transition it into a late game build. But I don't want it to be a sorceress or a paladin, which kind of leaves me thinking about necromancer. Leveling as summoning, my buddy goes sorceress for the teleports, and will summon necro can beat the whole game naked. But he just teleports me, and then I just destroy everything with the summons and the corpse explosions. And then transitioning that later on into the poison build. Realistically, all I would need to get that going is the what's it called? The Death's Web. Now I think my daughter is actually knocking. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. She ended up finding the spider and couldn't smush it herself. She cannot stand bugs, and we live in the middle of nowhere, the country. There's bugs everywhere. Yeah, Summon Necro, I think, as long as my buddy plays Sorceress, I think would be a really good league start. But I always say I'm not league starting Sorceress, and then it comes around and I league start Sorceress. So, I'll probably league start Sorceress. But the plan is not to league start Sorceress. The main thing I don't like about Necro is needing that circuit. They hit the last breakpoint for the poison Necro. Although I'm wondering realistically how important that is, and if I could just get by with realistically just using like a Shaco. And then I gotta mute real quick. I'll be right back. No one plays PC games in India? That seems weird. I always figured Indians would play a bunch of PC games. I don't know why. I mean, even then, it might just be nice because you can play with people. You'll make friends on the ladder if you try. I mean, people in like ball runs and like chaos runs stuff, a lot of them are really talkative. You could find friends, I think, in there and play with them. Now, I don't know how good like the connection would be because I don't really know what other servers there are. I know you have like the West, East, or is there even a West East? There's just America. I think it's just America now, right? So you have America, Europe, and I think is there an Asian one? Is that the only ones? So I don't know which one would give you the best connectivity or if it would even be good connectivity. But I generally just play solo. Yeah, so maybe probably Europe or Asia would probably be the better one. And you can swap between them too. You don't have to like pick one and stick there. Like your characters will go from whichever data centers you want. Because a lot of times I'll find the item I need on like a Europe server. So you just swap your region real quick. You can just do it from the BattleNet launcher. And go over there and you have your character and all your items. You make your trade and then you swap back. Yeah, like Seth said, back in the day you couldn't do that. If you made your character on like... there actually was East Coast and West Coast for America back then. So like if you made it on East Coast, you couldn't go over to the West Coast with your character. But I kind of wish that you didn't have to change regions. I wish that it was just like a setting when you make the game on where you want to make it. Any TPs. Like that's how Project D2 handles it. It's just a setting you set when you make the game on which region you want the game made in. So I really don't see why they couldn't get that working if they absolutely wanted to. Although I guess you'd have to add filters and stuff like that too, so you can filter out games that are in Asia if your latency is too bad. But still, I think I'd rather see it that way. And the PC components are very costly. I'm buying games 60 USD with no regional pricing, very expensive. We played Amazon from 1 to 87. That's pretty good, especially in a week. There's no regional pricing for India? Or is it just like Blizzard doesn't do the regional pricing? Because I thought like the big names like Steam and them, I thought they did regional pricing. And like the Xbox store and all those ones. Could be wrong, I really don't know much about it. That was just the impression that I had. And I mean, honestly, PC parts anywhere are expensive. I think they're finally coming back down. Yeah, but using NordVPN or something to get around that's kind of a gray area. Really. Like, it works, but it's a little shady. Also, well, I guess I don't know Indian laws, so maybe it is fine. It's definitely not fine in the United States to do that, though. That's crazy. I can't believe none of them do regional pricing for India. I had no idea. Today I learned. I feel like, aren't they missing a lot of customers? Because like you said, the components were expensive, but you don't necessarily need the best and the latest to run a lot of this stuff anymore. Is there really like not that much of a demand in India for games? Like even if they have access to the hardware? Oh, that just blows my mind. I can't believe they're not doing that. I wonder what the reasoning for it is. There's a sacred armor, not ethereal though. And looks like my internet's acting up again. Hopefully stream's still okay for you guys. There's nothing I can really do to improve it if the internet's actually acting up. I still haven't bought town portals. Whoops, I need to do that. Do that when I go town here. Do I need this? I do. I'm gonna get my town portals this time. I'm gonna identify stuff, but then I'm gonna get the town portals so I don't forget after I see what I got. There we go. No, no. Probably not bad, but I don't really care. Not good.
The monastery on Dariel's stronghold.
I'm kind of blown away by the tear zones today. It's actually been really good. I've gotten almost all of my favorites already at this point. The only one we haven't gotten yet is the World Stone, which is nice, but Bale is so annoying on energy shield builds. Oh, that's dumb. It really sucks that gaming is all about the money anymore. I miss it when it was just a bunch of nerds that were excited that they could manage to make a video game, and they were just excited people were playing their game. I feel like the games back then had way more character and actual like thought process into them, not just well, how can we get the most money? I mean, don't get me wrong, we still get good games, but for every good game we get, there's like 3 games that could have been good, but they were ruined by their monetization. Diablo Immortal says hello on that one. And Diablo Immortal was so shady with that. What was their phrasing? There's no equipment that you can buy that will give you an advantage or something, and it wasn't actually equipment; it was jewels or something like that that were insane. It's just shady. I really hope they don't do that with Diablo 4. Mostly because I need Diablo 4 to be really good. That way, Grinding Gear Games has to step their stuff up for Path of Exile. If Diablo 4 flops, I'm worried Path of Exile won't step their game up. Remember guys, if you get the skill shrine, immediately rebuff. Your buffs will keep the plus values even after you lose it. See how it's gone? I still have the good energy shield on though. A lot of charms dropping today. I feel like there's more than normal for me at least. I usually don't find that many. Can't say I'm complaining, but I'm also not finding any good ones. Today's drops have been not great. Found the Tal armor off stream, which was nice. I think PoE was already in development when Diablo 3 flopped. Or, well, depends what you define flopping as. I mean, it made a ton of money. Yeah, PoE is insane. I love that game. I have so many hours in it. I have a lot of money invested in it too. Because generally I end up picking up a supporter bundle every single league I play, and I usually play them all. It's just such a fun game. Just the core problems with PoE for me, and it just doesn't seem to be getting better. I don't like the zoom meta. Everything's about just clearing the entire screen and then teleporting or dashing away, whatever you're using for your movement skill. I don't like that. And I mean, while I'm still pretty much doing that here, on Path of Exile, it's way more insane. And the screen clutter is insane. Half of the time, I don't know what's going on. Like, I just know the screen's blowing up, and I'm hoping there's nothing that's going to kill me in that screen explosion. Yeah, I mean, you can still play free. People argue about it all the time, saying it's pay to win. And if you want to get technical, it is. But at the same time, if you spend, you know, 20, 30 bucks, which is less than a AAA game, you have all of that advantage that they're talking about. So I would only say it's slightly pay to win. And even then, you can do all the content in the game without it. It's just a lot messier because you can't organize your stash as much, or maybe you can't hoard as much. All the pay to win stuff is just how much can you fit in your stash and how organized can it be. Well, okay, no, that's not entirely true. The other pay to win part of it is premium stash tabs are needed for it to actually sell items in a good way. Because I don't think you can with the normal stash tabs unless they change that. Because with PoE, you can mark a stash tab as public, and then the API will pick it up, and then you browse on the website, and you'll see your items listed there for however much you told them to. And it was, at least for a while, only premium stash tabs, which you had to pay real money for, could do that. They might have fixed that now, though. So really, the stash tabs in general were the pay-to-win part. But you can get all of them for like 20, 30 bucks. Well, maybe you can. I know you definitely can if they're out having a stash tab sale, which they have at the start of every league. Yeah, 20 bucks, you should get most of what you need for it, honestly. Yeah, your character probably won't be as pretty as the people spending a bunch of money, but the gameplay is still untainted, other than stash tabs. And even then, you're not going to know what you're missing with the stash tabs unless you already did research or until after you beat the campaign. So even then, you're getting that entire campaign for free, and it's a pretty fun campaign. I know people are complaining about it, but realistically, they're complaining because they've done it 100, 300 times. Which I don't quite get. It goes by so quick. Once you really start knowing what you're doing with the campaign, you're beating it in like 6 hours. Man, now I want to play PoE. Good thing a league's coming up. I think it's coming up. I feel like there's probably a big overlap between D2R players and PoE. But the thing with PoE, I feel like, is it is insanely hard to get into that game now if like you haven't been playing it since launch or for multiple leagues. There's so much to know. There's so many mechanics. A lot of stuff is straight up unclear. I mean, even like the tooltip damage is extremely misleading. Yeah, I prefer to play PoE that way. Maybe not killing every single thing in the map, but I like taking my time through like the maps and stuff like that to where I can actually see things. Like there's some builds where I have no idea what's even going on because the whole screen's exploding and causing chain reactions, and it's just insane. But I guess a lot of people like that. I mean, if they didn't, they wouldn't keep it that way. I think I'm in the minority on it, honestly. Because they keep trying to slow the Path of Exile gameplay down, and the community keeps being outraged by it. So I think I'm in the minority who would prefer PoE slowed down. Ooh, I'm tired. I need a nap. Some food. And some burns to drop. That'd be nice. You're a Flicker Strike player, man. That is a build I will never play in PoE. I don't know how you can sit there and tell me you have any idea what's going on while playing a Flicker Strike build. Those builds are so insane. My buddy always plays Flicker Strike. It's like the only build he'll play. And I don't get it. That is not a build for me. But a lot of people like it. It's a really popular build. Tornado Shot's also really fun. But I'm not super good at PoE, so I don't really make bow builds. They're generally very expensive. A Royal Shield. Nice to get a Vortex. Recently on PoE, Wintertide brand has been my jam. It's probably what I'll league start unless they gut it. You mostly play bow builds. Have you tried Last Epoch yet, Chandra? Chandra, I don't know. Chandra or Chandra, I think. Sorry, I'm probably butchering your guys' names. I'm just really bad at pronouncing things. I don't mean anything by it. I even pronounce Amphimus wrong. Pronounce a lot of things wrong. Really bad at talking. Last Epoch is a really fun game too. It's on Steam. It's not done yet though. It's still an open beta, and it doesn't have multiplayer support yet, but they're working on it. Yeah, Last Epoch was fun. I actually haven't beat it yet. I keep getting like really far into it on the campaign, and then I don't know what's happening. I just stop playing, and I'm like, oh, I'll go back to this. I need to finish this, and then I never do. I haven't been paying attention to the pricing of the game. I have no idea if it increased or not. Wouldn't surprise me though, as they add more content to it. That seems to be something that a lot of companies have been doing lately. Is if you buy it in like the early access, it's cheaper, and then as they add more content and get it closer to finish, it starts moving up in price to that $60 mark. Or you could be like Blizzard and start selling your games for $70, even though you make a new Call of Duty every single year. A great home. And also didn't call the new Call of Duty have a bunch of crashing issues and other stuff that went on too. $10 apparently didn't help.
The monastery on Dariel's stronghold.
I don't know. People like Call of Duty though. They pay it. They paid the $70 for it. I'm tempted to, but at the same time, I just know I don't like Call of Duty. It's just that I'm bored with other games. This is why I want it. Wait, where is... There it is. I knew something wasn't quite right there. Although I do believe the new Call of Duty is supposed to have a Warzone. I think. I did like Warzone in the last, I think it was the last one had Warzone. The one that had Warzone for free, not the one where you had to buy it to play Warzone. I'll probably end up going hard on the Warzone if my friends are playing it. If they're not playing it, I might not. You made it farther on Last Epoch than I did. I haven't gotten through the campaign yet. I don't even really know how the end game works. I never got that far and didn't bother researching it. My problem is Last Epoch just seems to have so many builds that could be fun, and I just end up making a really bad character. If I just sat down and went like a safe character build, I'd probably hammer it out pretty quick. But there's some pretty wild uniques in there too. I guess Zizaran, he's a Path of Exile streamer. I guess he made a unique for the game. And it changes, was it wolves maybe or something, into squirrels. You can have a bunch of little crazy squirrels running around. Seems like they're going pretty crazy on the unique design, which is nice to see. It's always nice seeing in action RPGs really powerful and really weird uniques. I feel like that's one reason like the Diablo 3 wasn't as good as it should have been. And honestly, I feel like that's another problem Path of Exile is starting to struggle with. I feel like their uniques just are coming out and they're not interesting. Or maybe they are interesting, but they're insanely rare to the fact of that you're not going to get one. Like, what was it? Mage something? The new belt. And then the Squire shield. I love summoning builds, generally. Depends how the AI is in the game. I make a lot of summoners in Path of Exile. But I'm really thinking this time... screw it. I know Seth's gonna yell at me for throwing it back on the floor, but that's okay. Grand Charm. Now I really have to go back to town. This time for Path of Exile, I think I'm doing solo self-found, so I don't want to go summoner. Probably gonna end up doing Wintertide brand for Path of Exile. I really enjoyed that last ladder. Everybody says the slow or the clear is really slow, but I didn't find it to be that slow. Forget the guy's name, the build I copied it off of though. I am wearing a body armor. It's just hard to see. It's Ormus's robes. They just kind of blend into the background there. And then they use the quilted armor for your character, so it's hard to see.
The monastery on Daria's stronghold.
But yeah, this game doesn't really have a reason not to use a body armor. Like Path of Exile, you don't use a body armor if you're speedrunning. For a while, at least. Because in Path of Exile, body armors have inherent, like, weights to them. I don't know if weight's the right word, but wearing a body armor will slow your movement speed down in Path of Exile. And since one of the big ways to increase your clear speed and stuff for the campaign is just to make sure you're moving and running as fast as possible, it's not super helpful to have one on the low level. Unless you're like, what was it, a duelist. A duelist has that node real close to spawn where armor doesn't have negative movement speed impacts on you, so then you could take it and cruise around. Now, I know hardcore players eventually equip one. I'm not sure about softcore players. I feel like they eventually do too, I just don't know when. For the speedrun meta. But I'm not a Path of Exile speedrunner, so I don't really know. But that's why you'll see a lot of the times those guys not wearing their body armor in the beginning of the league starts. They want that increased movement speed. I don't think Diablo has a mechanic like that. At least I'm not aware of one.
The monastery on Daria's
PoE
stronghold.
speedruns, I'm fascinated by them, man. And not like the ones that they have like the 7 steps. They have all the twinked out gear, like they're ready to go. Like the league starts. Like I'll league start and like I'll try to go as fast as I can. And Zizarin is the guy I usually watch for that, for when I'm playing Path of Exile and league start. And like I'll just try to keep up with that dude, and that dude blows me out of the water. Like I cannot even remotely keep up. Like, those guys are just insane with how quick they move through the maps and stuff like that, how efficiently they're leveling. But, I mean, even some of the Diablo speedrunners are like that with their 8-party groups. Because I don't know if anybody watched Mr. Llama's group or any of the other high-end speedrunners for Diablo 2 on this ladder set. But weren't they done with Hell Bale in like 6 or 7 hours or something like that after start? It was really quick. I don't remember the exact time frame. I think I was like halfway through Nightmare or something when they beat Hell. Talon. Oh, I just realized we only got 5 minutes left of this. I wonder what the next Terrorize Inn's gonna be. Hopefully it's something good.
The monastery on Daria's stronghold.
But yeah, like the high-end speedrunners and stuff I love watching and trying to keep up with. I never can, but it's interesting to me. Yeah, the global notifications are so cool. I also like it on the hardcore for Path of Exile. If you're on the leaderboards and you die, it announces it to the whole server as well. Like what position you were at when you died and stuff like that. I think it's really cool.
Stay a while and listen.
Wow, look at that. Minus 70. Perfect. That's the first perfect Thunder Charm I have found. That's probably worth like an rune or something now. They're worth so little. It's been a while since we found a skill or two. I've always had bad luck finding those. I've never found a... The highest I've ever found, and I actually found at this ladder, was a 34 to life. I think it was 34 at least. The Paladin offensive auras. So not very useful. Never found like a good life or a faster hit recovery skiller that was also good. I found, I think it was 11 to 14, somewhere in that range, I think. Life Elemental Druid skill charm, which was really cool. That's probably the best usable one I've ever found. I just have bad luck with them, I guess. Maybe, nah, I just have to have bad luck at this point. I have too many hours for it to be bad luck or something. Or for them to be rare, I mean. Also, I guess before this one, I really wasn't running Bale a lot, so... Or killing him, at least. I usually stopped around like 90, 92. So I guess I really wasn't eligible, since I wasn't re-rolling Grand Charms either for the 45s. So maybe that's it. I generally get luckier with, honestly, and I'm not really complaining, I usually get pretty lucky with the burns. I usually find 2 to 3 per ladder, just off the ground. But I also play a lot. No, I do not believe you can legitimately get a Sunder Charm in offline. However, if you use a character editor, you can add it. That's why if you look on my my YouTube channel here and look at the guide sections, everything other than the Frost Nova guide and I guess technically the Energy Shield guide, those are all done in single player with Sunders. They're using character editors to get the items in there. So, yeah, you can get them there. You'll just have to use a character editor, and you need to be careful. If you're going to use a character editor, back up your profile first. Read up on how to do that. Because the character editor I used, Frigid Highlands. Oh. The character editor I use has a lot of bugs in it, I've noticed. A lot of you guys have been noticing it in the Lightning Nova guide. I didn't notice this until somebody pointed it out. The Griffin's Diadem in that guide is impossible to actually roll. It has the perfect stats on it as a base, as if it had a facet in it, even though it doesn't have a facet. We have the stats wrong. So, just be real careful with what you're using it for, and double check the stuff. I didn't even realize it until after I published the guide that the Griffins had the wrong stats on it. Either way, even with that extra stat on that build is still solid. I mean, I run that build on live all the time. I just didn't run it this ladder. This one's, I don't know. I don't think I like Frigid Highlands for a terrorized zone. Runes are insanely rare, my dude. Honestly, I usually don't find lems. I usually have to trade for them. And I always need a Lem for the treachery for my mercenary. So like, a Lem's a good find. Make that Lem into a treachery for your mercenary if you find a good base. Your mercenary will be pretty tough. Well, not tough, but he'll be better. But yeah, you have to use an editor if you want the Sunder Charms. I really hope they just add it. Like next patch or next ladder. Because I really don't see a reason single players shouldn't be able to get Sunder Charms. It seems really dumb. Really excited to see what they have in store for the next ladder. Because they've definitely blown me away with this ladder, with the Terrorized Zone and the Sunder Charms. Never in a million years did I think they'd actually fix the immunity issue. I figured Blizzard would remake this game and then keep it on life support and just reset the ladder. I didn't expect them to actually be doing things with it. Is this ethereal? No. You said you were playing an Amazon. Are you playing bow or javelin? Because if you're not familiar, the Frigid Waypoint, the first one in Act 5, it's really good. You just come up here, you kill this guy, and then we'll do it here. You just come down, and then Shank's right here. You get to kill him too. It's a pretty good spot for some magic find if you don't have teleport and stuff like that. And it really doesn't take long to clear both of them since they're right by the waypoint. They're always there too. These little javelin guys can hurt if you're not paying attention. Oh, you're doing the bow, ice, and the explosion. Yeah, that probably isn't a great spot then, because they're going to be immune to your cold. That's an odd build to pick as your first one. I'm surprised. Good for you, though. It's a fun build. You just don't see it very often, especially for a first build.
It's locked.
Charm. I think my inventory is getting pretty full though. I don't know how much more I can keep picking up. I'm gonna have to go back, I think, soon. So, are there any other PoE players in the chat here that are looking forward to the next league coming up? Or I guess if you're not interested in the league, anybody else excited for the Ruthless mode? Are you guys all just Diablo players? Personally, I like to play both. They both like scratch different itch for me. Yeah, that can happen. It's one of the downsides with that build is the immunities and trying to deal with them. On top of that, the mana cost too can be absolutely insane sometimes. Trying to manage that. For that Ice Maiden build or whatever it's called. The Ice Arrow, Explosive Arrow one. We're gonna reset and see if I could find a better one. Ooh, man, I'm tired. I wish they'd move Kane to a different spot. I hate that they put him way over here. Ooh, remember how I was complaining? Summoning, but still. That's the highest one I've ever found now. We'll take that one for sure. I'm gonna tease my buddy with it and see if I can get him to roll a summoning druid. Alright, I need a Ral rune. Am I almost out of... I feel like I'm almost out of Ral runes now. There's one more. Here we go. Did I keep any of these? No. These are all decent, right? I'm gonna take a quick screenshot of that. Just send it to my buddy. See if I can get him to roll one. Alright, we're back to grinding. I hate quill rats. Their poison's so annoying. Ow. Need to get more into ice mastery. Or cold mastery, I mean. If I'm going to be farming in areas like this. I don't have enough points in that yet for this. Some of these guys are still way too tanky.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this Frigid Highlands here. Sad part is this is still probably a better experience than going back to Chaos Sanctuary. Need to at least find an amulet out of here before I switch, if I even do. That map sucked. I couldn't find any of the packs.
Salutations.
Alright, we need an amulet and a jewel. And we can craft another one. Honestly, I'm already here. I might as well just come down and do this. Garbage. Ooh, chain boots. I should really look at those. You should really pick up your rare boots, by the way. Tri-res boots are absolutely insane. People have been sleeping on them for years. Oh, it's a ring. I do enjoy the rift system from Diablo 3 if it had more variance in it. I actually prefer it to the mapping system in PoE, which is gonna make all of my PoE people in here rage, probably. Dang, dude, there you go. Nothing wrong with a nice little jaw rune drop. You got me beat. Best I found was that +1 summoning 44 life Grand Charm. I'm pretty sure Jaw's worth a lot more than that. On the Hork. That's funny. I didn't even know you could Hork him, if I'm being honest. It's been a while since I found a Jaw rune. It's one of the runes that I haven't been finding lately very well. Not very much. Yeah. I was just talking about how I don't find skill charms, and the highest I've ever found was a 34 offensive paladin. And then we found that one. At least that one's more usable. One day I'm gonna find a good lifer skiller that's actually a meta build. It's gonna happen. It's only been 20 years. What's another 20 more? I really hate this zone. It's not as bad as Ari at Plateau, I guess. Ooh. I think War Boots are going to have too much strength, but we're going to pick them up anyways, just in case they do roll well. I can't believe I didn't die. No energy shield. That'd have been 2 deaths in one day, because I didn't cast energy shield. Man, I would have been pissy if I died twice because I forgot. Archon plate. Probably doesn't help him taking the weirdest route ever to clear this place. I think once I get that amulet, I'm just going to go back into Chaos Sanctuary. If one will even drop, that is. Diamond mail. Man, I can't believe they haven't dropped an amulet yet. It's been like 2 or 3 runs we've been looking for one. Can't even get a normal amulet to drop. Or a jewel. Maybe I've just been ignoring the jewel. I feel like I've been focused enough to see if an amulet dropped though. Uber runs are harder than terrorized zones, yeah. Uber's probably the hardest difficulty you can get. That's more of the bosses. It's more of a challenge. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but that's like where you'll see the smiters, the kicksins, the more of the melee heavy characters will be in the Ubers, getting the torches and doing those. Oh, I thought that was Tri-Res. I was about to be happy. It's not, though. That's garbage, too. I mean, terrorized zones aren't really hard. Once you're geared, they're not hard at all. Ubers, I don't think are very difficult, personally. You can kind of make them difficult if you don't know what you're doing. And if you're not geared right, they're extremely difficult. But Ubers are something I need to do more. I don't really do them. I usually just prefer to spam runs like this and level and find other drops rather than torch farming or anything like that. But a lot of people do like spamming those. And generally, what you can do is, and it depends on the prices and the time and the ladder, but you can do a torch run and then you trade the unidentified torch for 4 key sets. And that'll get you another torch plus an extra key set. And you do that until, you know, you have enough to identify one for yourself and then sell it if needed or whatever. Seems to be the popular thing to do, at least. But I'm not quite sure, as ladder progresses, how efficient that really becomes. I don't know if people keep doing that or not. All depends on like what the prices are going to be. I can't believe I'm not getting any magic amulets. There's a ring. Oh, I didn't know that. Usually if like poison hits you like on the ground or something, as long as you don't move, you will not get affected by it. It's apparently not true for the catapults. I didn't know that. Alrighty, we just need one more. One more amulet, and then we're gonna go back to Chaos Sanctuary, because I don't really like this place. Like zoning out over here, just going in circles. I don't even know. Have the amulets dropped? Has anybody else seen a blue amulet drop in here? Am I just missing it? I might just have to say screw it and just leave the area and then go do chaos. Because this is getting ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, if you're just having me on the background, you're probably not going to notice that amulet drop. Alright, I'm giving up on this. I hate this area too much. We're going to go do chaos. Well, I'm glad I'm keeping entertained with it.
Hello.
Okay, we're gonna go just gamble an amulet real quick here. I don't like doing that, but we're gonna do that anyways.
Good morning.
Now we'll just go to Chaos Sanctuary and get a jewel. And then relax a little bit while we do it and just chill. Oh, it feels good to be back in the Chaos Sanctuary again. No more teleporting for miles trying to find a pack of monsters. This pack always spawns in the weirdest places, and I've also noticed that pack sometimes just doesn't spawn for like 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I get they're not really worth it, but I still feel like even a bad terrorized zone is going to get me more experience than doing a chaos run. But that one's just frustrating, teleporting everywhere. Then I got spoiled all day. I've had almost all of my favorites other than Worldstone. Flare wasn't bad, but that one just sucked there. I knew you'd comment on the javelins back there. Alright, I'll go pick them up.
Impossible.
No, I won't. They're not ethereal. And I don't have room. I tried. I wouldn't mind them copying Project D2 to where you have your charm slots. I could have dropped that. It's never going to roll good, I guess. I guess I did have room if I had to move things around. Yeah, I'm more likely to pick stuff up if I'm not running the cube as my inventory strategy. That poison's nasty. Yeah, I usually do that too anymore. I just hate it. Ooh, another Nas relic or whatever it's called. Ooh, those are speedy boys. I need a jewel. I need to go through my rune inventory there and just get rid of the stuff I'm never going to use. At this point, I'm not really going to be making new characters, so I'm not going to need most of these. Oops, gotta go this way. And let's see what that amulet was. Amara's. Holy crap, 26 too. That's the first one of the ladder. I don't even know what that bad boy's worth right now. I'll have to look. There we go. The drops are starting to come. Got that 44 life skiller and then the 26 Maras. Look at that. Even a 7% magic find to boost it off too. Not bad. We'll take those. Where am I putting all my stuff that I plan on selling? I guess I'll put it over here for now. Need to pack those up. I need to get an inventory of all my stuff together and get this stuff sold instead of just hoarding it all. I'd imagine the 26 Mara should still sell pretty quickly. So what, today we found 26 Maras, plus 1 to summoning, 44 life Grand Charm, and Talrosh's armor. That's not bad. I gotta offload my runes yet too. I got a lot of trading to do. I just need to find, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe I'll just spend the day trading and getting all that stuff out of there. I cleaned my inventory, and by clean I mean I just threw a bunch of stuff on the ground. I should have just made a free game, that way people could have come in and grabbed whatever they wanted. Hindsight, I guess. Do that next time. Oh boy. Oh, I love this build. It's so fun. I've realized that I've really started to like these lazy builds more than like the high efficiency builds. Although I still really do love my Javazon. Yeah, Path of Exile also does that too. If you hold, I think it's Alt and Path of Exile as well. It'll show the ranges of what it can roll in the tier of the mod. It's really nice. Although I really don't see them adding that to the game. Wow, unique ring. It would be nice to see the ranges and the tiers. Javelins are so fun. There's no way it's a Mars into a Soj. It's a perfect mantled. We'll keep it though because I think I got rid of all my other mantleds. Could you imagine the Maras into a Soj? That would have been insane. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'll spend time selling all this crap. Get it out of my stash. Give me something to do. I'm just gonna put it up. I'll probably just sell everything real cheap just to get rid of it. Well, looks like I made the right decision leaving the terrorized zone to come back to Chaos Sanctuary. Got that Maras at least. Because I wasn't finding anything there. I couldn't even find a magic amulet. ring, gauntlets. Yeah, runes are the common currency everybody trades for. Or, you know, if you get lucky, sometimes people will need the item you have, and you can just straight swap. But Mara's is usually on the higher end. Well, I guess Mara's kind of becomes less and less as ladder goes on, I think. I think people start looking for the rares and the crafteds. But early game, Mara's is pretty popular. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. I'm excited to get that food. I don't know when that's gonna be. This sucks, I gotta go back to work tomorrow. We had a 3-day weekend. Work wasn't open on Friday, so I got that extra day off. It's great. Yeah, I ate lunch. I didn't eat all of it. I wasn't super hungry. I just wanted to eat something before stream. There you go. Oh, dude, I love Renaissance fairs and stuff like that. They're so fun. We have one around here. I just never get to make it out to it. Something always comes up. Need to really try to get the family over to it next year. Yeah, D2R got rid of TCP/IP games because of mods. I really wish Blizzard would get over it and just let people mod online. Like, even if they wanted to get a cut, just, I don't know, make it so you have to rent the server from Blizzard or something that runs the mods. Because, oh man, I would love to see Project D2 using these graphics. That would be almost the perfect game. Did I miss a rare amulet? My bad. I was thinking about Project D2 being able to use these graphics. I got excited. Not to mention, letting, I already have it in it. Letting players play with mods with other people really helped longevity of the game. Bro, you will not like me watching me play Project D2 then. I don't slam anything, dude. I'm like, oh man, I can save these Worldstone shards up and get me something good. I'm gonna do that.
Good evening.
Garbage. And garbage. Dude. Save them Worldstones up, get me something nice. I have to be on the Worldstone Shard Patrol. If I don't get the Worldstone Shard before my buddy, he will break his gear and not have any backup for it. Then multiple times he's broken his weapon or his like chest piece. I'm like, hey, do you have anything I can use? I broke mine. So I have to make sure I beat him to the Worldstones so he doesn't break his armor. He will legitimately find a perfect Mara's, not even say that he found the Mara's, and then slam it immediately and then go, oh, I broke a perfect Mara's. Like, there's no hesitation. Full stop, he's slamming. He plays Path of Exile as well. He actually found, before he even got to maps, he found a Headhunters and immediately slammed it. Like, no hesitation. Straight up slammed it with a Vol Orb. And this was at league launch too. Like, not even a weekend. Just straight up slammed it. He plays the slam things. His favorite pastime. So I think Project E2, didn't they make the things like, it's an armor thing, where it scales with how many corrupted items you have on you or something? Like, that has to be designed specifically for him. The only reason something wouldn't be slammed is because he doesn't have a World Stone shard to slam it. Monarch and Maiden Javelin. Yeah, I know, it could be an unidentified J-mod, but it never is. Hey, buddy. But that one time. So the thing is, if you never pick him up, you can't be disappointed. You'd be like, oh, it's not a J-mod, even if it was. Do I have room? No, I don't even have room to send a J-mod. If I had room, I would have picked it up for you.
Yes.
I also had the Maiden Javelin too, which could have been the 640s. Yeah, well, I really want to know the statistic of people that, like, when the Path of Exile started, they didn't know what stuff done and found, like, a Mirror of Calandra or whatever and just used it on something that was awful because they didn't know it was rare. You're like, you don't expect one of the rarest things in the game that everybody wants to drop for you on the beach right outside the first town. Like, who expects that? Like, it drops, you're like, oh, that's cool. This is really good. I could dual wield it now. Like, I wonder how many of those actually existed and happened. And that's why I'm paranoid when I play new games. I hoard everything because I don't know what it does and I don't know. Like, I just don't want to experiment. I'm like terrified that it might be something super rare and super good. I've never found a mirror. Or a Headhunters. Got probably about 6,000 hours in the game. Never found one. I think, isn't like the average for a Headhunters like 8 or something though? So I'm a little bit under. I usually start off with too much crap, and then I slowly stop caring. Hold on, the bots are coming back. I gotta ban them all again. One second, I got most of them banned. There we go, now the bots are banned. I usually get them once per stream. You can tell they're coming because the first one will come through, and then once they say their spiel, the other two show up afterwards. There's like a delay. Although that is the only bot I've seen on YouTube so far, is those ones. I need to look into the YouTube streaming more. I just started with it. I need to see if they have like all the offerings like Twitch does with the moderator bots and all that stuff. I've just been too lazy to look into it. You're like me. Everybody complains about the Path of Exile campaign. I like rushing through that. Yeah, I feel like Twitch probably is better for streamers. The thing about Twitch, though, Twitch is really badly designed for streamers who are trying to get into it. It's like not very many people go and look at the bottom of Twitch looking for somebody to watch. Like if you're not on that front page, like I feel like you don't get very much exposure. Whereas with YouTube, I've done like maybe 4 or 5 actual streams and I'm actually getting viewers. And like the chat interaction on YouTube's been much higher than what I've seen personally with Twitch. And I've streamed on Twitch back in college and I was averaging like 20 viewers or so back then on Twitch. And even then, the chat interaction on YouTube's been much higher than that. It's all anecdotal evidence. It's just what I've noticed personally. That and with my internet being awful, Twitch is kind of difficult to deal with. The nice thing here too is I was mostly working on the YouTube channel, and then the streaming part was a happy accident. Like I really didn't think my internet could handle it. And then I accidentally pressed the go live button one time in OBS instead of the record, and it went, and I'm like, oh, it doesn't look bad. It's doable. And that's kind of how I started doing this, because originally I was just planning on making guides and stuff like that. So it's kind of nice to grow the channel, like one channel, like the stream and the YouTube at once. Let's see how it goes. But yeah, it does seem like Twitch offers a lot more for the streamer to manage the community and stuff. What do you mean by full YouTuber? Like I don't stream on Twitch anymore. I only stream on YouTube and I only make guides on YouTube, but it's not like my day. I have an actual job. Like I'm not a full-time streamer or content creator. This is just like a side thing I do for fun at the moment. It would be nice to get partnered though, or whatever it's called with YouTube. That's like the end game goal, I guess, but I don't know. We'll see if it ever gets there. Right now, I'm just kind of having fun with it. See what happens. Because like I said, with my internet being so spotty, it's hard to commit to being, you know, a streamer and then having that set schedule, because like earlier, I started a stream. This was today. I started stream. I dropped 40% of the packets for the stream. So I stopped stream, restarted my internet. Got the stream back up and running. It was still dropping like 20 frames, which was still too high. But at that point, there's nothing else I can do because I already rebooted it. Like 30 minutes into that stream, the internet straight up dropped. So I got the internet back up and then started the stream, and here we are now. So like, you know, if I'm dedicating and saying, oh, I'm streaming every day, I'm setting it up to where people are expecting me to be there. And I don't want to disappoint people just because like my internet's not working that day. So I'm leaning more into the actual YouTube channel with the guides and stuff like that, and then the stream is doing that when I can. Although the internet provider, I use T-Mobile, they have been doing a lot better. Still not great, but better. So Generally, I try to stream 5 to 7 after work every day. Oops, I needed that jewel. I mean, that's 100% a concern I do have. It's almost good. But at the same time, I don't know. I'm already, like, even if I'm not streaming, if I'm not working or spending time with the family, I'm playing games. And I mean, realistically, I'm playing games more than I should be. There's times I'm still doing 16-hour days and playing games. Maybe with a break here and there, like eating dinner and stuff, but been doing that for a while, and that doesn't bother me, so I don't think streaming really would full-time. More concerned with the money aspects of it. Making sure that, you know, family's got enough money and all that. Than being worried about burning out of playing games. Because realistically, can one truly burn out of Diablo 2? And if you do, you'll be back next ladder most likely anyways, so. You've done it for years, but I mean, you're back now. Look at you, you just told me you found a jaw rune, so I know you're playing. You always come back, eventually. Another thing is too, like, yeah, maybe I burn out of Diablo, but I can go make content for another game or something. You know, there'll probably always be another action RPG. There'll probably be another MMO or something that I'm interested in. I mean, action RPGs, MMOs, FPSs, all of that stuff I'm really big into. And they're a lot different from each other. The other issue with the streaming and the YouTube and stuff like that also would be burning out of the game and the community not enjoying the next game. So, like, let's say I'm streaming, you know, I'm doing the guides and I'm playing D2R, right? Alright, well, if I get bored of D2R and I go play Path of Exile, you know, maybe the community that I built here doesn't like Path of Exile. Maybe they're not interested in that. Like, that's one of the reasons, you know, you hear a lot of streamers talking about variety streamers. Variety streaming is a lot harder than just picking one game and being a streamer of that game. Like, there's no way I can be a single game streamer. That'll never happen. It's 2:18 in India right now. See, I like gaming at night. I don't know. Late night gaming is my favorite. Like that 2 a.m., 2 to 4 a.m. is peak gaming hours, in my opinion. That's when I prefer to be up, at least playing. Yeah, it's a family thing, I think. I think I get it from my grandma. My grandma was one of those people that, she would sleep all day and then she'd be up all night. I used to be a night owl, but with the girlfriend and the kid and stuff, I've definitely shifted into the normal hours compared to being a night owl anymore. Generally, the only time I really do those night owl stuff is ladder or league starts for action RPGs. Other than that, I usually am off the computer by like 7 p.m. Are you, like, Seth, are you an early riser? Like, are you a morning person? Yeah. I am not a morning person. My job starts at 8 a.m. So I'm up in it by then. But I also work from home most days. Tuesdays I go into the office. Houston, okay. Ooh, 6 a.m.'s rough. I get up when I have to go into the office. I'm up at 6:30, and like so my job was always in the office, and then COVID happened, and they got way more relaxed on if you can work from home, do it. So I was working from home, and then my boss's boss or whoever's above him, maybe somewhere up in there, the executive team decided we need to start coming back in, and they started pulling us back in, and my boss's boss made a comment about apologizing because the team looked really mad at him when they came in. And I'm 99% sure he was talking about me when I walked in, because I am not a morning person. It doesn't matter where I am, what I'm doing. If you have me up that early, I'm cranky. I'm not a morning person at all. Yeah, if you're waking up rested, you're doing it right. I wake up exhausted when I have to get up that early. I'm a bad sleeper as is, and then knowing I have to get up early and knowing I'm going to be miserable the next day just causes me more anxiety, so I can't sleep, and it's just a vicious cycle. 5 a.m. That's too early too. My dad gets up at like 1 in the morning to go to work. It's absolutely insane. There's no way I could do that. My dog wakes me up sometimes like 1 in the morning, and even then I debate, does he really need to go outside or can he wait? I take him out, but still debate it. I've always been a night owl. Well, let me rephrase it. Ever since I had the independence to be a night owl, I've been a night owl. Let's put it that way. Obviously, your parents don't want you when you're 8 years old staying up till 4 a.m. and stuff like that, but yeah, I think I get it from my grandma. She was always like that. At least as far back as I can remember, she was always nocturnal. It was also nice too because growing up I didn't have air conditioning, and I do not get like along with heat real well. So like I think that's really what encouraged the night owl behavior, is it being so much cooler at night. I could be comfortable and not like dying. But Texas would be too hot. That place is always hot, I think, right? India too. India's pretty hot too, I think, isn't it? Pretty sure. Yeah, no thank you. I don't like heat. I also don't like snow, and it's snowing today, so. True, working at the pools would be nice. In India, old people, family members wake up kids 5 a.m. for studying or religion. So for the religion portion, like, they don't believe that they should be, like, awake, like, out of bed before the sun is up? Or, like, they shouldn't be outside of the house before then in India? I'm not real familiar with the religion there. Because I've said on multiple occasions that it should be illegal to be outside of your house before noon. And I stand by it. Nothing good happens before noon. Huh. I would not have guessed that was part of a religion. Religion's always been WoW to me, all the different ones and all the different belief systems. I find it interesting. Because there's so many religions, and like one will say something and then the other one will like say like the exact opposite. So you get like a really wide range of beliefs with different things, and I always found it fascinating. Like even going back to like the older religions and stuff before like the ones we have, like the popular ones nowadays. I always find them really interesting. With all the different gods. Like even like the like what are they? The Greek gods and like all the Viking gods and all those ones. Those are always really interesting too. But like even farther back, like the ancient Mayans and stuff. I found that stuff really cool too. That's weird. I'm just surprised there's such a big difference on the viewpoint there. I mean, I guess I really don't know much about India. But, like, I know, like, here in the United States, like, a lot of people are Christian or Catholic. Even though, like, they may not exactly follow, like, the religion. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Like, I guess a lot of it also gets mixed in with, like, the Old Testament and that. So I guess it does make sense. Because people here will say, like, they're Catholic or Christian, but they really don't follow it. So I guess it does make sense that it would be the same in India with that religion. But I'm not a very religious person in general. I just find them fascinating. Oh, I need to get a Nature's Peace ring. So I can safely deal with Neil effect and not worry about getting corpse explosion to death. Because then I could do that terrorize zone. I just really don't want to get popped from that. Wait, are family traditions different than like an overarching kind of religion there? It's not like everybody has like the same one or like a really close variant. Like it changes by like the family? I pick up the jewels sometimes. Not always. I don't know if you're paying attention earlier. I found a jewel. I'm interested to see what you think about it. It's a rare jewel, and I'm wondering if it has any value. I don't remember the stats on it off the top of my head. Yeah, I'll get it after this run finishes. Yeah, it'll be after this Diablo kill. Very different from different family for same marriage also. That's interesting. I did not know that. I'm learning a lot about India today. Now I gotta find it in my mess of a stash. This guy right here. If you're still watching, Seth, the Wraith Talisman. Thought it was interesting.
Stay a while and listen.
It's honestly probably the best rare jewel I've found in a long time. At least it has potential. Usually when I get a rare jewel, they're not very good. They're just kind of like all over the place. Right, but I guess for that, like, what build really wants enhanced damage and mana on kill? And also has slots for it that wouldn't want a facet in there instead. Like, I guess it's just really niche. I don't really know what I would put it for. Wouldn't Java want a facet somewhere, though? Like, if anything, it seems like a placeholder, like if it was early ladder or something. Like, I just can't think of something that would want those stats and would prefer that over a facet. I mean, do you even Java if you're not going full damage, though? Come on. That's half the fun, is throwing one javelin and blowing up an entire screen. But honestly, I was pretty much blowing up whole screens even without all the skillers. So potions are a heal over time in this, unless they're the purple juvies, so there is that slight delay. Which also kind of stinks because once you get geared, the potions don't really scale well. Unless you're using those juvies. Yeah, the juvies are instant, but the other ones aren't. I didn't hit the seals, did I? There we go. Oh boy, get a ring.
Hello.
Garbage.
Impossible.
Dang it. Ah, it's a rare ring, not a unique. Pike. I mean, you're playing on single player. There definitely shouldn't be a delay on single player for that. I mean, you have no latency. It's a local game. It definitely shouldn't be 2 seconds. That's far too long. Oh man. Wonder what, hopefully Diablo drops something interesting. Feel like his loot's been kind of weird. Nothing good. I mean, there might be the tick delay. I don't really notice anything like that though. Oops. Because the game does work off a frame system. So it might not necessarily be instant, but it pretty much is. But even then, you're playing single player, you shouldn't really see much of that. Oh, 409. It's gonna be a while for the next terrorized zone. Kinda stinks. Although it was to be expected, because we had really good luck earlier, making sure that we were hitting the good terrorized zones. No, the experience bar doesn't really move. Yeah, the singing is really funny on them. On the Horkers. But no, once you get like honestly probably 95 is probably really when it slows down a lot.
Good to see you.
I think 96 is near the end there. But yeah, player one, not in terrorized zones, it doesn't move much. Really, only Diablo's going to be giving me a decent amount in player one here. Yeah. That's why I really wish they give us player 8 command. I feel like it really would just benefit everybody to let us set the players on these games. Casual and hardcore players alike. Because even if you're like setting, you set player 8, what advantage really are you getting over a group of 8? You're going slower. There's no way one player is going faster than 8 geared players. And they're going to be jumping the same level. What do you mean with the drop filter? Even if they had the player 8 commands, you still wouldn't have a drop filter or anything, unfortunately. Sorry, my girlfriend's here with a friend, so the dog's barking, so I gotta mute. Till he hopefully calms down a bit. Hell is always difficult on the ladder start, or whenever you first get there if you don't have gear.
Stay a while and listen.
Yeah, I really wouldn't try to do like a player 8 immediately into hell. Unless you're doing it for the challenge. If you're just trying to get through the game, you don't want to do that. It's going to be pretty rough. A lot of these monsters get really beefy and do a lot of damage. Especially like if you don't even have your resistances sorted out in hell, player 8 solo is going to be rough. It'll take a lot more farming and nightmare and stuff like that to get ready for it. But still be fun. So like for yours, like since you're playing in the single player there, you can actually set the player's command, but if you would come onto BattleNet or whatever it's called now, like the online play, we can't set that. It's always equal to however many players are in the game. So that's why I'm hoping that they add it for the next ladder, but I don't really see them adding that, unfortunately. It would be really nice though. A mercenary is getting demolished by Diablo like the last 3 runs. I don't really know what's going on with that. I feel like I'm not letting him stand in the fire, so I don't know how he's really dying. Yeah, that's pretty normal. Especially for a Boazon. Bozons struggle a lot without gear, in my opinion. They're pretty expensive to get going, but they absolutely demolish once geared. They do a lot of damage. My buddy always plays Bozon. It's one of his favorites. I used to play Bozon a lot back in the day on LOD. Before rune words were a big thing. That existed, really. Back when Wind Force was like 40 Sojas to buy one. I'd play them a lot. Them and Sorceress were the 2 classes I'd play. Always been a Sorceress player. Oops, Demon High Boots. We'll take those.
I can't.
No, we won't. Why won't we? Now we will. And they're so fun back in the day. I missed having the Wind Force be the end-all be-all bow weapon. It was neat. I need to stop picking up these essences. I have too many. Such a different game now, going back and thinking about it, because there didn't even used to be synergies before. It used to be just use max whatever skills you wanted. What was the meta build for sorceresses back in the day? I think it was like max orb, max nova, max thunderstorm, and lightning mastery, I think, or something like that. And that was the build all the sorceresses ran, and it demolished. It was such a good build. Best in slot was an Aki. There's nothing better. Fathom didn't exist yet. I don't think Ashudas did either. No Hodo. You just got Aki. Aki never really bothered me too much. Everybody complains about the Aki teleport, but it's really not that bad. At least I don't think it is. It is annoying on like the Nova characters where you have to be standing in a certain spot to hit stuff and then getting knocked out of there. That is annoying. But like if you're doing like Orb or Blizzard or even Fireball, really, it's not that bad. I wonder if it's the laser beam that's doing damage, so much damage to him.
Impossible.
Maybe it is. I thought he could live through the laser beam, no problem. Maybe I was wrong. Those are garbage, those are garbage. That's also garbage.
I can't carry anymore.
D2R remodded where they added bonus effect for base level skill max, for example, explosion being 40% pierce. Yeah, I feel like they need to be really careful with tweaking skills like that, though. Because I feel like part of the charm to the D2R is that it is the original game. Well, it's the end of the original game. And if they start adding too many skill changes and stuff like that, it kind of worries me. Also because I'm not quite sure how good Blizzard's balancing really is going to be. Because they said that the Cold Mastery's interaction with Sunder would be fine. And it seems broken to me, personally. But it did enable this build, so I guess I can't complain too much. I'm just happy they got rid of the dang immunities in general. Once you get the Sunders, I hate dealing with them. So much better now that they've gotten rid of that. Ooh, that could have been bad. But if you like stuff like that, Project D2, you won't have the good graphics, but they modify a lot of the different stuff. Like one of my favorite recent modifications they did was the Necromancer has the fire golems, And in that build, they can, I think it's either 5 or 6 fire golems they can have out at once. And each fire golem has its own holy fire tick. And they scale the damage way up. So you can actually be like a golemmancer and have like the 5 or 6 golems running around with the holy fire aura, just doing damage to everything. It's really cool. But they did some other stuff too. Like the Frost Nova build was actually a thing on Project D2 for a while before it was on here. That's how I knew I'd like it. I just wasn't sure how well it would work. And then once I started playing with it on here, I'm like, well, it works good enough, especially with the Sunder and not having to deal with immunities. That pack always makes me nervous. They spawn on you. They do so much damage real quick. I bet that pack kills more than any other ones. This is probably close. Well, I guess there's only 3, so being close second doesn't mean much since the top one really has no danger at all to you. Median XL. I didn't play that one very much. Most of my time was in Project D2, and then I did a little bit of Path of Diablo, but not very much. But I really enjoy Project D2. I'll probably be doing their ladder whenever they start. I think it's Black Friday they actually start. I haven't decided a class. It'll probably be Assassin, Sorceress, or Necromancer on there. If I'm going solo, it'll probably be the Necromancer. Just because I like that Fire Golem build. That was really fun. I played a lot of the Assassin on there. But the Mind Blast. Mind Blast Assassin on there was really fun. Grand Charm. But I don't know, there's still a couple interesting builds on D2R that I want to get to yet. I do want to make a bow crossbow. Sorceress with enchant. Mess around with that, see how well that does. It always looked fun. Don't know how well it'll actually perform in practice, but it seemed fun. Yeah, fast casting is nice. They added that. It's fantastic. I like also that you have the bar here too, so you can see them real quick. Like especially if you aren't used to the character or something. Just from a glance, you can see what's bound and what it is without having to open things up. I didn't hit the stupid seal again, did I? I hit that one. Hit that one. Did I not do? Oh, he didn't die. That's the problem. I was gonna say, I could have swore I hit that top one already. I just apparently never finished him off. He was like half dead already, so I definitely hit him. It's not the first time I've done that. There's a couple times I've just left him alive and just left. Went into the next one. But I think Chaos Sanctuary is probably my favorite zone. which is good because I do have to run it a lot. It's not my favorite terrorized zone. The favorite terrorized zone is definitely going to be Talrash's Tomb. This would be a close second, though. Oh yeah, the original Lord of Destruction hotkey system was a mess. I'm really glad they improved upon it for this one and caught that up and modernized it a little bit. I also like that they added the default in there so you can save your defaults and then just have that carry over to your next character. Although that has been buggy for me on single player. I don't know why, but I'll get everything set up with the for the videos and the guides. I'll have everything keybound. I'll come into the game and I'll start, you know, showing everything off, and I go to do the gameplay portion and all my keybinds are wrong again. I only experienced that in the single player, so I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. My buddy had the same problem on the ladder as well, and he was talking about it, and I had no idea what he was doing wrong. But I'm getting the same thing when I do single player, so I have no idea. Because all my sorceresses, doesn't matter what build they are, pretty much all of them are the exact same keybinds for everything. And then I'll come back for the guide and they're just wrong. They're usually like one key over off of what they should be. And I know they were definitely set right before the video because I run test runs and stuff beforehand with them. Well, that's normal. The changing the key bindings for each new character. That's normal. That's by design. That's why they have that default option. You can save the default option. And then instead of setting everything up, you just go into it and depress to load that. They could have named it better. I don't know why it's called default. Because when I think of default, I think of resetting it back to factory. Not my default as in what I customized and want everything to go to. It's just a little weird of the phrasing. At least for me. Might just be a me thing though. But once you get it figured out, it's not so bad. It's definitely better than the Lord of Destruction era. That's for sure. That was always frustrating. Every new character needing all the keybinds set up again. Especially if you've been gone for a while too. Like if you quit early in the ladder or something, then you come back like the next ladder. Trying to remember what you need to put them on. Because I've been playing the game for so long now that I have like everything built into the muscle memory. A lot of times I don't even know. Like if you ask me and I'm not looking at it, like what is your telekinesis bound to? I might not know it off the top of my head. I'd need the mouse in hand and just do it. It's really weird phrasing, yeah, on the key bindings. I wish they'd clean that up, but now I feel like if they clean it up, it's going to get confusing for the players that actually figured out how that was supposed to work. Or how it does work, I guess. Not how it's supposed to. Don't know what it's supposed to be doing. But it's also nice too because it goes through the ladders. So, well, it's supposed to, I think. Because I didn't have, when I came back to the game, I didn't have to set it up. Like, I could just default and there was all my stuff. But my buddy, all of his stuff was completely gone. I need to get rid of these essences. I got far too many of these. I need to clean this whole stash tab up, honestly. What kind? Oh, it's ethereal. That sucks. That killed my excitement to identify this.
Stay a while and listen.
3 to energy shield. Well, at least all the other rules were garbage. I ain't gonna bother trying to trade that off. I was hoping to get a 3 Frost Nova, 15 cold. Get a nice little upgrade in there. But no. Ethereal. And energy shield. Honestly, that probably had some value for people that really want a pre-buff. But I don't have the time and energy to deal with that. I'm trying to sell that off for people like that. I feel like there's probably not very many of them. I personally can't stand gear swapping to buff.
I am overburdened.
Well, it's about that time to do the speech here. No, I got a Ormus's robe. It was ethereal, +3 to energy shield. No, 10 to 12. So for those of you guys just joining, this build is the Frost Nova build. It is on my channel.
I am overburdened.
If you have questions, feel free to ask in chat and I'll answer them, or you can ask on the videos themselves. But if you haven't played the build, I highly recommend it. It's really fun. It's probably my favorite build for the Sorceress in recent times here. Alright, I'm back. No, I wish it was a +3 memory staff. Those things go for a lot, dude. If you're playing single player, it's gonna be hard to transition into this, in my opinion. You need a lot of gear and stuff before you can transition into this. This isn't a single player build I would do, personally. It would take a lot of dedication. You'd be better off like going Blizzard or something like that and working your way up to it. I definitely wouldn't level as Frost Nova, and I wouldn't play Frost Nova without gear. Holy crap, that's an amazing staff. That would have been expensive. I feel like it's just one of those things, people don't pick them up. I know I wasn't picking them up until last ladder, checking for them. Mostly just because I'm lazy. Not necessarily. They didn't know what they were. You found it? Dude. Dude, if I would have found that early ladder, 100% I would have been selling that. That had to be worth a lot. Like, that's an insane staff. Yeah, the call to arms are too sweaty for me, though. If I found the staff, I would probably try to roll it. Well, actually, no, I'd probably sell it now. But I would definitely try to roll it if I didn't already have one. Because I rolled my call to arms, just wanting a call to arms because I had an ohm room laying around. And I had the base. I'm like, ah, screw it, I'll roll one. I usually have pretty good luck. And I actually got the 6 BO on the first attempt, which was really nice. Did not expect to get a 6. Expected like a 4 or 5. Because call to arms, I have pretty good luck rolling usually, compared to like the other things. Infinities, my luck's always bad on those. I need to stop rolling those and just buy them. Cool. Why would you put a cold arms in that? That's weird to me. I don't really play Fist of the Heavens though, or Paladin in general. Like, do you 3 to 4? I guess because it'd be 4 to 4 total. Like, is that good for? Oh. Oh, that hurt. I'd actually juvie on that one. Saves points. Oh, I see. Makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, I don't really play paladins. Never have. Ooh, I love this. I miss the days when Lidless were best in slot. I hate the Spirit Shield. It's so broken. I can't believe we get a shield as good as Spirit, and it doesn't require a high rune. Like, come on. What's the balance in that? That's funny. Wait. Oh, you have the four-socketed Elder. Or the four-socketed Memory. That's right. For some reason, I was thinking you were saying you had the 5. I would have took a jaw for it. But I'm a big fan of just getting stuff out of my inventory, even if it's not top price. I hoard too much crap, and I just want it gone. And I'm super guilty of that early ladder. Early ladder, I pick up anything anybody might possibly need. Give me just like a general reasonable offer and it's yours. I just want it out of my inventory. Makes sense. See, I was always a fan of crystal swords for my cold arms. Mostly because on characters that are running like Hodo, I hated having a Hodo flail and then a cold arms flail. And then just having a monarch on like both or something. Because then it's like, well, which one am I actually on? So I always put it in crystal sword, that way I know it's there. Because it's super obvious, you know, if I'm running out the sword instead of the flail to know which one I'm on. 560, that's pretty good. I think that's better than mine. Oh, it is mine. Yeah, mine's a 463, so yours is slightly better. Yeah, that's the first one I rolled for the ladder, and I was excited. I'm like, oh, looks like I'm done with Called Arms. I don't gotta worry about that anymore. That's one rune where that's always kind of sketchy, making it yourself. Like, the value difference alone between a +1 and a +6 battle orders is huge. The only reason I didn't sell that is because I knew I would be using that. I did end up finding a 15% Nightwing on like day 3 of the ladder, and I kept it. Or I sold it, I mean. Now, that's only because I didn't expect to be playing cold. I thought I was going to be playing a fire sorceress all ladder. And then I found out this build, and I'm like, I'm going cold. Also, I really undersold that too. I could have got a lot more for the Nightwing. Could have got way more. But I'm impatient. I just like stuff out of my inventory. Did I miss another one? My bad. I didn't even see it that time. Man, if you and my buddy were in the same room, you'd both kill me, I think. He's the same way with the crystal swords and the druid pelts. It drives him up a wall when I don't pick those up. He can't stand it. Yeah, see, I don't do that. I'm too lazy. Pretty much the only rares I generally pick up are circulates, and that I'll always pick up. And boots. Boots are really fun to pick up. The rest of them, maybe I'll pick it up if I have room or care enough to. The low-level stuff, that stuff eludes me a lot of the time. My buddy's all about that low-level duel stuff. So usually when I find stuff, I just run it by him. But the low-level dueling stuff, a lot of people don't know how much it's actually worth and just get rid of that stuff too. Like, a lot of that low-level stuff is absolutely insane. 20,000, holy crap. I feel like low-level dueling is more popular than the high-level dueling. Or maybe it's just because people are surprised the low-level stuff sells for so much. Did you like the Diablo trial version? Because if you like the Diablo 3 trial version, then yeah, you could pick it up. Personally, though, I wouldn't pick it up. I don't think it's a very good game.
I can't.
The Diablo 3 is just this weird mesh of wannabe Diablo to me. People love it. There's people that aren't me that love Diablo 3 and they think it's better than Diablo 2. So like, you really have to play it and try it for yourself. So like, if you played the trial and you liked it, pick it up, man. By all means. Don't let the community tell you it's a bad game and you shouldn't like it. If you like the game, play it. I personally don't like it. I find the builds uninspiring, extremely boring. The items are extremely boring. The fact that the best in slot is just get your set item, and then there you go. It's pretty boring to me. But there are other people that will say that it's a really fun game. I would say it's more of an arcadey version than Diablo 2. There's way less to know on it. There's way less to do on it. The items aren't near as fun or creative. They're more straightforward. Everything's a lot more watered down. It's not completely bad. I actually really like the Rift system compared to the Path of Exile mapping system, which triggers Path of Exile players every time I say it, which is half the fun. The story was decent too, other than the fact that an iconic character can literally get hit from an angel falling from the heavens, but once a butterfly touches him, he dies. So, and if you're okay with writing like that, it's also not bad. Other than that, the rest of the writing was fine, in my opinion. Not okay with butterfly magic killing somebody who lived from an angel literally falling from the heavens. Part of the problem, and why this is my opinion on why Diablo 3 sucks so much. Part of the problem was the lead developer too came out and said that he never really played Diablo 2, but once he got the job, he went and played. I think he said a necromancer to level 90, and he's like, "Well, what do I do now? There's nothing to do." And like, he didn't, in my opinion, fully understand what the community liked about Diablo 2. So he made something that he thought would be better. And I feel like he completely missed the high points of what the community really like in Diablo 2. That's just my personal opinion. Of course, there's a lot of other like conspiracy theories and stuff on why it wasn't very good. It's still a successful game. It made a shit ton of money. Personally, though, if you were looking for a recommendation, I would say hold off on Diablo 3 and then just save that money for the gamble of what is Diablo 4. Or Wait for Diablo 3 to go on sale for like $10 and then pick it up. Because you also need the base game and the expansion, and then on top of that, the Necromancer's not even included in any of this. So if you wanted to play the Necromancer, you'd have to buy even more. Yeah, the rifts are good. The issue for me is the best in slot gear for a lot of the builds is literally just their tier set. Or their like so like for Sorceress, one of them is Tau Rosh's set. And I don't know if it still is, but for a while there, oh my, why did I almost die? The Tau Rasha set, you would just put the full set on and then a high damaging weapon, and like that was the best there was. Like rares really didn't get better than that, uniques really didn't get better. You just got whatever set went with your build. And a lot of the sets were specifically designed for a certain build too. Like instead of giving all skills stuff, they might be like Arcane Orb now does this, and it's something insane like pull the whole screen in or something. Like they just made it really, I don't know, really watered down, in my opinion. The gear just wasn't exciting to me personally. I was just really disappointed with it, I guess. However, I don't think it's the worst game that Diablo has made. I disagree with you on that, Seth. I think Diablo Immortal is the worst Diablo game ever created. It is a soulless bastardization of Diablo, and Blizzard should be ashamed to even have their name on it. It's nothing but a cash grab. And what makes me even madder about Diablo Immortal, that game could have actually been good had they not designed it literally just to get money and then that was it. If they had actually designed the game in a way to where it could have actually been played like a game rather than a money transaction, the game would have been great. Like, yeah, it's a phone game, but let's be honest, if you play it on your phone, it's a pretty solid game. You know, if the monetization wasn't literally just to take all of your money. But yeah, I mean, for Diablo 3, you're best off just looking at the gameplay and seeing really if that's something you like. Don't let people shy you away from the game because they say it's bad. You need to make your own opinion on it. I personally don't recommend it to people, though. I recommend D2R over the Diablo 3. But there are a lot of people that prefer the Diablo 3, so... Also, don't forget you can play Diablo 1. It's very dated, but it is fun. Also, I find it really challenging too. I don't know if it's challenging or if I'm just really bad at it. It is very dated. You can't even run in that game. So essentially set your character to walk, and that's the movement speed that you have in that game. Although for the Diablo 1, the one system I really did enjoy with that was the book system. So rather than like getting your skill points and stuff like that, you would wander into like these randomly generated rooms that would have like an altar, and you'd get a book off of there. And that book might teach you a skill like Hydra. And even if like you're not a sorcerer or whatever, you could still use that book. So you could be like the warrior, but you would know how to cast Hydras. It's always kind of fun for me. I enjoyed that. I know I beat the campaign and that was all I ever did. So I don't know if there was a reason not to do that really. Like if you really got into it or what.
Not even death
Yeah, I mean, like you said, if they're not doing regional pricing and stuff, I think you're better off to just save your money for Diablo 4. Because realistically, I think they said early 2023 for that, didn't they? Or next year at least. So it's not that far away. That's what I would do at least. Because if you just started playing Diablo 2R, you got a lot of gameplay stuff left. You got all the different classes. Every class has multiple builds. And that's partially why I kind of feel like you should try ladder at least once. Maybe on the next ladder one. Next ladder start. I mean, on ladder starts, there are definitely a lot of people playing in public games. You'll meet some really cool people. Some chatty people if you want to talk and interact. It's kind of fun. I mean, there are parties you'll get in a pub game, you'll do the Act 1 or whatever, and you'll stay with those guys all the way up until, like, Act 5. You know, if you get the right mesh of random people to come together. Everybody's having fun, chilling, playing the game. It's a good time. Because also, even if you don't play with people on ladder, you can at least trade. I mean, there's no guarantee, you know, if you're just playing single player, that you'll ever get, like, a Death's Fathom or something. You know what I mean? But you do get the slash players command in single player, which is really nice, too. That's the wrong waypoint. Ghost Armor. I don't know why I'm clearing that. Has anybody else in here actually tried the Frost Nova build yet? Even if it's not my version, like a different version of it. It's really fun. Pleasantly surprised that it actually works now. Or X. Oh yeah, I mean, you'll, like, it's all on your preference on what you're doing, but even if you don't have, like, set people to play with, you can still find people online to play with. And then once you become a god at the game too, you can even play hardcore. Although I'd probably play hardcore on single player if anything. Because if you play it on like online, you can hostile other people and kill them. And while they can't do it while standing next to you, there's ways to cheese it and get around it, which is annoying if you don't know those tricks and you fall for it. But hardcore's still really fun if you have a stable connection for it. It'll give you a chance to try a lot of different builds out too. Well, I guess if you play like I do. So whenever I die in hardcore, I make a different class than whatever I was just playing. And I cycle through them that way. Or on softcore, I usually just pick Sorceress, maybe an Amazon or a Necro or something. That, and if you actually have a lot of time to play too, the ladder can be pretty fun if that you're into that kind of stuff. Trying to see where you rank on the ladder. I'm wondering if this game will ever get like the solo self-found mode or anything like that for the ladders. That seems really popular in like PoE, the solo self-found mode. I keep hoping they officially add the group self-found mode. It'd be really interesting to see like teams of 3 or 5 or whatever, seeing how that works out. I think even if it's just like one league of it, I think it'd be interesting to watch. Because I still, for like PoE, I really like watching the, when they do the events. The Gauntlet's really fun to watch. But like when they do like the team events where it'll be like a team of 5 against the other teams of 5 to see who can down a boss first or something like that. I find them really interesting to watch. Plus, it's kind of fun rooting for your favorite team. Oh boy, now I need an amulet. Oh, that's not that bad. We'll go do that. I'm not even going to finish this. We will go do that one.
Good to see you.
Garbage, garbage, drop this, that, Ralrun back in. Now we need an amulet and a jewel, and we can craft another. Lumrun. The only thing that gets scary about this is if you go down the crystalline, there can be souls, which can be spooky. I didn't know you could do that. I'll have to see if that's a thing. That would save me some time trying to put... Oh boy. We got souls. Holy crap, we got souls. Yeah, that's gonna make me run out of jubies quick. Even off-screen souls. So much better when there's not souls down here. That was a pack of souls that came out of there. I'm not gonna even go check that. There's the jewel we need. Now I just need an amulet. It's easy. This is gonna burn my jubes quick. We're gonna go back up and replenish our jubes here. Into crystalline. the big downside with the crystalline passage is getting those souls in there. Make you actually use your potions. Although it's not near as dense up here than it is down there. There will be more experience in here than in the Chaos Sanctuary, at least. Maybe. This one doesn't seem very dense at all. Hopefully it's just a bad map. Try another one, see if it gets even more mobs in there. It's not bad if you can get one of the ones without souls at the bottom.
Greetings.
Still not great though either. Oh, that's good. We got the ghosty boys. Not good we got the harpies. The harpies can cast that curse. It'll change your life and your mana around. Which is not good if your energy shield. It's very annoying. But they don't seem to be casting it. Maybe it's the wrong harpy. Or succubus, whatever they are. I don't think all of them actually cast that one. Grand Charm will take that, especially in Terra Zone. Glacial Trail, we don't want to do that. There's the curse. This is the one that I'm always complaining about. This is the most annoying curse when your energy shield. Look how fast you can kill yourself with it. Alright, I gotta get that off me. It's gonna take too many jubes. I was hoping to find a shrine to get rid of it. Just in case I die down here, I'll put that TP up. Oh, they're down here too. I get it off with that at least. And they put it right back on. Or no, they didn't. That was on my mercenary. I don't know the curse name off the top of my head for that one. You can remove curses by picking up a shrine. Any of the shrines that'll put like something over your head, like the resist fire one, that'll get the curse off you. Or you can talk to the healers and they'll take it off of you as well. But that one's just annoying in particular for this build because it uses so much mana. And I keep my health pool low on purpose. It's not bad if you're not an energy shield character, it's not a bad curse at all. It actually helps a lot of them in my opinion. Especially if you're having mana problems and you're a vitality, you're not going to have mana problems anymore. A lot of Colossus Vultures dropping today, I've noticed. Ooh. Stun me. Shaft stop, please be ethereal. It's not. Oh boy, oh boy. Can I get everything in here? Because I'm out of potions. Or TPs, I mean. Oh my, that's so slow. I always forget how awful being frozen is in this game. Since I usually play Sorceress and I can just teleport where it doesn't matter. But yeah, for the curses, for your Amazon, there's not very many curses you probably have to watch out for. Ugh. Yeah, we're just gonna leave. That's the end of it anyways.
Salutations.
Alrighty, let me put that shaft stop in the stash. And we'll identify that skiller, see if we get anything good there.
Good day.
Garbage. Alright, we still need to see a blue amulet drop. And then we can craft another amulet, see if we get anything good this time. We've been getting close all day on the crafts for almost being good. Ooh, that hurt. Turn. It's unfortunate. Actually, I don't think I've ever found an ethereal shaft stop either, now that I think about it. Hey man, get some sleep. I'll talk to you some other time. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Glad to have you here. I might actually end stream here shortly. I'm getting kind of tired and hungry. Superior Monarch. What are you? Not the good kind. I do really want to get that amulet though. Just to see if I can get another good craft off it. And their souls. It's a ring. Need the amulet. Ooh, that's a lot of souls. Going in though. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh. Oh my. Oh my. There's so many. There's still more. Didn't even drop anything good. Give me a blue amulet, please. Nope. So many souls in this map here. Holy crap. Ooh, that could have been death if that was souls made. Nah, probably not. I think I could have tanked a whole pack. And we just tanked like 3 packs back there. Oopsies. And looks like we're mostly done with that map. We'll go to another one. Doesn't seem absolutely terrible. It's a little spicy with the souls down there, though. That one pack was kind of terrifying. Hopefully no succubuses on this one. And I don't think there will be. I think we've seen all the mob types now. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything else. Should be a pretty good map so far. Assuming we can actually get some density in more than 2 monsters at a time. Which is apparently a lot to ask for. I'll take your Enchine. For those of you who don't know, the little ghosty boys here have a decent chance at dropping runes comparatively because their loot table's so low. They can only drop a few things. So if they do drop something, you have a higher chance of it being a rune compared to the other monsters. Okay, so far so good. No souls. Which is something always nice to see. The downside with the ghosty boys is they go over the rivers and stuff. If they die over there, they don't drop anything. Wish they'd fix that. That screwed me over a lot in the Chaos Sanctuary too, with that top seal. That guy can drop a lot of good items, and sometimes he'll like go over just a tiny part to where he dies, and then he can't drop anything there. But even though like everything here is supposed to be cold immune, this build still chugs along in here pretty well. Hopefully that experience shrine will stay on me and not get taken off. I do need the blue amulet here to drop somewhere. Nice. We can craft the aim. No, it's the end of the map. Oh, that experience shrine didn't get to do much. That's unfortunate. Alrighty, so no harpies should be good. Should be a clean map. Doesn't look like we're gonna have any of the problem monsters in it. Hopefully that stays the same for the frozen river. Even then, I guess you can have harpies and souls down there. That's a new game. I definitely don't want to deal with the harpies and the souls. That curse is too annoying. Ring. Where's the amulet? Just need one more amulet. That's all I need. Oh, you're still out there too, huh, Seth? Let's see. Take that. Get back down here. And we got harpies. And they cursed already.
Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a new game. I'm not dealing with that curse. That's so annoying. I like having those harpies down there if they're not gonna do the curse. They're really easy to kill. They have like no health. The problem is by the time you telly stomp them and get the Nova off to kill them, they've already cursed. Yeah, I mean it makes you do a conversion, so I'm hitting myself for 53 damage every single time I cast, and this build only has 849 life. You kill yourself very quickly with it. And it's also bad, like, if you get it once, get it off you, and then, you can get a couple more packs, but we got it off us, went to the next pack, immediately cursed again before I even got the first Nova off. It's just, yeah, there we go. That's what, I don't have an ID scroll. The next game, we'll do it. Crowbill. Let's hope that we don't... We'll do souls. Souls are okay. Those harpies I'm not messing with. That's too annoying. Like, really, if you wanted to, you could get through with the build just fine. It's just a giant hassle. There we go. And let's see what we got. Souls. Not bad. We can deal with souls. They're not that dangerous. Okay, okay. I was just kidding. Maybe they're a little dangerous. We are going to top our battle orders off, because that probably would have killed us without it. Wait. Oops, overshot it. And there's souls everywhere. A little nervous about going up in here, because I saw a bunch of them. Not so bad, I guess. Oh boy, there's a pack. I can't really reach him. There's the Griswold shield. I was just talking about how I haven't found one of those in a long time. Alright, new game. And we have everything we need to craft an amulet too, so we're going to go ahead and do that real quick. I want to get this out of my inventory, I don't want to identify it. And put it there. Over here. Oops. Garbage. And more garbage. That's disappointing. So it doesn't look like we have the succubuses or harpies, whatever they are, here yet, which is good. To say we're missing a mob type though, but it's the archers. It doesn't really matter because it's down here anyways. Put that up. What do we got? Oh, we got the harpies. There's succubuses. And souls. That'll be just great. That's what I like to see. Though I don't think these ones cast the curse. Oops. This one looks like they cast different curses. So it should be fine. Although we're gonna lose that experience shrine like immediately. Well, maybe not. Oh boy. I don't know how we haven't gotten cursed yet. Take it though. It's a nice experience. Oh boy. I was wondering why the heck that wouldn't go off. 4-socketed teleport. No good. I'm gonna rebuff though before getting into too big of a soul pack and it falls off. Oh boy. Grand Charm. Take those. So for those of you out there watching, this build does have the complete guide on my channel if you're interested. If you have any questions, please ask. I like answering the questions and helping people out if they have any questions about the builds or really in general. Maybe you're new to the game or anything like that. But if you just want the guide, it is out on the YouTube channel there. Does work well. It is mostly made for solo play or small groups. This build is not that great at carrying a player 8 game. If you're just doing a player 8 game and you're not actually carrying, the build will hold its own. But it wouldn't be good to try to carry the game. Unearthed wand. Why couldn't you be unique? Let's see. I know we got one of the Sunder Charms. Let's see which one that one is.
Hello.
82. Good night. I'm actually surprised my mercenary hasn't been dying to all the souls down there. Because when I took him into the level 96 Worldstone Keep, it died. Yeah, I have a 71 for the cold. I'm too cheap to pay for a 70. Especially, I found the 70. I'm too cheap to pay for any of them, if I'm being honest. I think I started the build out with like an 88 or something and just been slowly working my way down as I find them. Did find a 70 lightning earlier that I put in my stash. Transfer that over to the Javazon probably. Let it rot there. That's the first perfect one I found. Nice. Is that really necessary for a singer? Like, does it help a lot, or is it just kind of there for annoyances? Or would you say it's kind of almost mandatory? I don't really play barbarians much either. Barbarians and paladins are probably my least played. I just didn't know if the increased damage was much. Energy shield's a bigger investment than it is for vitality, but I wouldn't say it's insane. The main thing is you're gonna want to make sure that you're gonna be a higher level before you're gonna switch into energy shield, or else you're gonna have a really bad time. And the reason for that is it's really important that you get telekinesis maxed before you start relying on it. So for instance, like, if you notice over here, my telekinesis is level 37. Even, like, if I put no points, only 1 point into this, it'd be level 18. But for all intents and purposes, it would be equal to level 1 telekinesis for the synergy for energy shield. And that's what's important, because when energy shield starts out, it's a 2-to-1 ratio, meaning for every point of damage you would take, you would lose 2 mana. But once you get telekinesis maxed at 20, even if you have no plus skills, because the plus skills do nothing for it. So if you have telekinesis maxed at 20, you're only going to lose 0.75 mana per damage. So you definitely going to want to get telekinesis maxed first. And then the other thing to take into consideration is your mana regen. You're going to want to be able to make sure you're taking damage and getting hit with spells and abilities from monsters, and you want to make sure you're not running out of mana. But like Seth said, also the nice thing is effectively energy shield, the damage that's going to your mana from energy shield effectively treats the damage as though you had a resistance of 0, which is really nice because you don't have to care about resistances near as much. Like, for instance, I'm negative 25 cold, 1 poison, 5 fire, and I'm still tanking almost everything in the game just fine. The resistances do matter for the part of the damage that is going through your energy shield and that is taking damage to your health. I do have a guide up on my YouTube channel that I go through all the mechanics of it. So if you want, you can go ahead and check that out too sometime, and that'll hopefully clear up a lot of your questions with it. I generally prefer energy shield builds, especially now that they fixed the energy shield bug compared to vitality. Short of me teleporting into these massive soul packs, I usually don't have to use any of my potions. And what I mean by that is, short of emergencies, I don't really need to use them. Because my mana regen's so high, and my mercenary is a prayer mercenary, since my health is so low, the prayer actually brings my health back up to full pretty quick. The downside with Energy Shield, and I demonstrated this earlier accidentally, if you do not cast it, it's not going to do anything. So I decided to leave town, not cast it, and then teleport and face tank a fire enchanted mob, which I immediately died once he died. So it's really important you make sure it's up. Really, 9 times out of 10, it's just because you forgot to cast it. I think right now it lasts for like 950 seconds per cast or something like that. So it's usually not it running out. It's more of me just not casting it. Well, the other thing to keep in mind is if you're moving from Vitality to Energy Shield, you are going to have to give up skill points. Why is this not casting? There we go. So if you look at my skill build, you'll need at least 20 points in the telekinesis. I would say that's the bare minimum before you even start considering messing with the Energy Shield, is at least 20. I really wouldn't mess with it unless you have that. And then on top of that, you're going to want to put more points in here, because see how it says absorbs 86%? That can go all the way up to 95%. So the more points you put into it, the more it's going to absorb. So you got to balance your life and mana out depending on how far you're actually going to get that leveled up. So right out of the gate, if you're going, full on into Energy Shield, you're probably talking 35 to 40 points tied up just in Energy Shield to get it working. So a lot of builds, that's a lot of points to give up. You'll either trade off a lot of damage or it's just not going to be doable. For instance, Blizzard would probably be one of those ones that'd be kind of hard to fit in a full Energy Shield setup. You could probably get it to work though, if you really mess with it and had some really insane gear. But I mean, if you're already running 75 all res and you got the 1.3k health, you're probably good. Unless you have, a lot of extra points that you're not quite sure what to put them in. But a lot of times you can find, other stuff to put them in. Vitality builds, by nature, generally should do more damage than Energy Shield counterparts. But if you like playing Vitality, do play Vitality. They're both good. They both work. Still in the passage. We gotta find... thing. So hopefully, does that clear up your question there, Super Dude? Oh, that could have been bad. That's the other thing too, if you're not using a call to arms, you could use a memory staff to get that extra 9. That would require the base having a +3 Energy Shield on it though, which can get quite expensive. I don't know how expensive they are right now. The other option is you can do the call to arms inside of a +3 Energy Shield 5-socketed staff. Yep. I mean, also you could put a memory in that, and then you could also have the call to arms and use your cube to swap when you pre-buff. That's just a lot more work than I want to put in personally. But the best way of doing it would be to be switching them out when you want to buff yourself. You can. As long as you don't need the +1 from the battle orders to get you to the 95. If you don't have enough plus skills and you need that battle orders to make you get the 95, you gotta step out of town to get the battle orders on and then do it. Also, you'd have to go back to town anytime if it runs out for some reason, but it really shouldn't. I mean, at that point that you're messing around with +9 memory staffs, whatever runs you're doing should be over probably before the energy shield runs out. I think I have a couple Sunders in here now. No, only one. Thought I had a couple. But yeah, I got the memory staff somewhere in my inventory. It's not in a +3 base though. Never found one. Too cheap to buy one. Don't necessarily need it. But if you're under geared, the even just getting it in a 4-socket staff to get that +6 energy shield, like if you're trying to lean into energy shield early on, it's a big difference. It's definitely worth the runes to make it. I think the rarest rune in it's what, a Lum rune? I don't remember the exact ones needed to make memory off the top of my head, but I think Lum's the highest. But I'm probably one of the lazier Diablo players, where I don't want to mess with the pre-buffing and swapping of gear. A lot of people don't mind that though. Your character will be stronger if you do the pre-buffing with the swap of equipment though. This really isn't that bad of a terrorized zone, honestly. There's a lot worse ones than this. It's not my favorite. Still gotta deal with souls, and then if you get those random succubuses, that's annoying. But definitely not the worst. It's no Ari at Plateau, that's for sure. Uh, 154 currently. But this build's kind of a mix of the, if you watch the guide has a damage variant, and then it also has the magic bind variant. This is kind of a mix between there. Mostly because the +3 to Frost Nova Ormus I bought already had an Istern in it. And my damage is good enough for me. I don't really care to have it any higher, so I just keep the Istern in there. And then I'm also running Agides and Magic's Fine Small Charms. Which, if you were running the damage version, you probably wouldn't run those. Because I am missing 2 skillers currently. Which, although, honestly, I kind of just want to go get those skillers just to have that extra damage, but it's more work than I want to put in. But the Magic Find one, it'll work with the... has an Aki instead of the Fathom, the Shaco instead of the Nightwing. And you can mix and match those parts. You just gotta make sure whatever you're swapping out, you're still hitting that 105 breakpoint. And if you don't have a perfect spirit, you'll need a faster cast rate ring to make up for it. But the other pieces would be the Tau Rasha armor, the Tau amulet, and the Tau belt for the Magic Find variant. You just gotta watch to make sure you're hitting that 105 breakpoint. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that curse. We'll make a new game. We'll go dump this stuff off, I suppose, first.
Good day.
Minus 78, 44, and 7. So I don't remember off the top of my head what the Magic Find variant gets. But it's also important to note that just because you have a ton of Magic Find doesn't necessarily mean it's better. You need to find and strike a nice little balance between your kill speed and your Magic Find, in my opinion. Also, Magic Find doesn't affect rune drops, so most of my currency usually comes from the rune drops rather than from a nice find, an item drop. Once we're out of like the early ladder. Really? Again? Another curse? I should have saw which mob that was. Those aren't succubuses. They were a different color than the succubuses. I don't remember what the other variants of those were. That curse is just annoying. It swaps your health and your mana around. And since it's an energy shield build, I keep my health generally pretty low. Which means I can kill myself incredibly fast by spamming Frost Novas. Yeah, I mean, that damage seems pretty good. And the other thing to remember, a lot of people forget about cold skills. You also have your cold mastery going on, reducing the resistances, depending on how high you can get that up. So this build has been tanky enough for me, so when I've been leveling up now, I've been, instead of putting them in the energy shield to get tankier, I've been moving them into cold mastery. Which doesn't always matter. It only really matters against like the cold immune. But pretty much everything in this area is cold immune anyways. So it's really only a pain if you're just jumping around from the terrorized zones. Inside a Chaos Sanctuary, you can still pretty much just demolish everything if you're staying in there. Go down here. What do we got? We got Skeleton Boys and... Alright, so these are succubuses. I don't think succubuses are the ones that cast that curse. So I think we're okay. I think it's the blue variant that I don't want to run into. And realistically, you can kill them. It's just you have to be a lot careful. A lot more careful with like your health and stuff. Because I only have 849 life and each Nova's 53, 54 mana. Plus the teleporting. You'll really start racking up a lot of damage to your health from that. And unlike poison, you can't really get rid of that easily. The only really way to get rid of it is getting an overhead shrine like what I have on here to get it off of you. Or getting a... going back to town and talking to the healer. Also, another important thing for the energy shield, if you're not already hitting that 95%, whenever you get the skill shrine, recast your energy shield and get the extra levels from the skill shrine. It'll snapshot on there. Even though I lost that skill shrine, I still have the extra levels. Yeah, you can get poison res, and really the smart thing to do, instead of using the Tal amulet, just so you can be lazy on the Magic Find swap, get a rare amulet with poison length reduction on it. Mathematically, it reaches out to almost, if you get a 25% reduction, you take 25% less damage. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, Super Dude. I was telling you that the energy shield doesn't really care about the resistances. That's only true for the three main elements, the poison resistance, And poison damage will always go through the energy shield. So that's why that resistance does matter in particular. So, wrong demon head. What? What demon head? Yep, it's exactly like chaos damage in PoE. Did I pick up a demon head? I don't... Oh, I didn't even see it. You pay a lot more attention to my drops, Seth, than I do to my own drops, I've noticed. Yeah. For the Andariels. The Ethereal Andariels is so overrated, though. Like, you don't need that. It's so expensive comparatively. I say sell the Ethereal and buy a non-Ethereal, and then pocket the change. I mean, my mercenary's not even rocking a Fortitude right now. And he pretty much only dies to Diablo when he stands in the fire. It does look good. Maybe I'll make a Fortitude one of these days if I ever get an Ethereal Sacred Armor to drop. It has to be. It's... I don't know if it's just my... I see Sacred Armors drop all the freaking time. They're just never Ethereal. Still haven't found the Immortal King's armor yet, though. Yeah, one day. It's gonna be like the last day of ladder. Like, here's your ethereal sacred armor you wanted. These ones. What are these? Sirens. Sirens are the ones that I hate. They're the ones that cast that curse. So we'll try to avoid those if we can. The other thing I really like about this build too is you get to play with Orb and Blizzard. I mean, what's not to love about that? We'll keep going until they cast that curse on me. I'm gonna bounce out of this and make a new game. Oh man, so many. Oh, wait, do these even cast it? Do their curses rotate, not set like whatever they cast? Because they haven't even cast it yet. Other times it's on me immediately as soon as I telestomp them. Nah, that curse that switches your health and your mana. I don't care about amp damage. I don't play hardcore. Amp damage ain't spooky. It's the cursed ball will cast on you. It's like the two circles that are intertwined and they rotate over your head. I need to look up whatever it's called. Well, the blue ones last time cast that curse, but they didn't this time. So I was thinking maybe it was the blue ones that do it, not the actual succubuses. But they didn't do it that time, so I don't know how that works. How am I trying to hire mercenaries? That's not what I want to do. Garbage. Ooh, that'll hurt if they hit me. This has decent density for specials. There's quite a few in there. We get used to that. Is this going to be a good game here? No, they're still souls. Of course, souls will be the last mob type to ruin it. Holy crap. I hate that like the soul packs too is always like more than one pack. There's always like a second or third one just hiding somewhere nearby. Oh, they killed my mercenary. That's not very nice.
How may I be of help?
I was wondering why my health wasn't going back automatically.
What is it?
Tell you what, that prayer aura from the mercenary, it's like the greatest thing ever. I don't even need him to do damage, just keep the meditation and the prayer aura coming. That's all I want. So I love those cursed urns that you hit and you get a random monster spawn. Or you'll get some crappy items. There's a lot of them. Felt so good coming through here after always struggling with this area as a cold sorceress before. Just cruising through there, crushing them all to get in you. Because that place is just pretty much straight cold immunes the whole way through there with the Sunder Charms. Oops. Gold. Yeah, these aren't special. Alright, so we do have these guys. Alright, so it's the green succubus. No, because we already said the succubuses weren't the ones doing it. They must have different sets of curses that they cast. It must not be based off of their name. Because 100% we've been through succubuses that never cast it. Here's succubuses again. These are the green ones. Alright, so these ones do cast it. I know for a fact that there have been green ones that don't. And they're here again. Man, can I get any unluckier? Don't cast it, don't cast it. There we go. What's the third mob type in here? Oh, the frozen guys. That's a little spooky having Amp on me. And that's having Fanat. That could have really hurt. Still can, I guess, though. Alrighty. Oh, oh, wow, that's a big pack. This one's not so bad. It does make me a little nervous having the chargy guy, two chargy guys, plus the amp in here. That's not near as bad as that other curse, though. And the souls. Souls are pretty spooky too at times. Especially when you get the multiple packs all clumped together. Oh, new game. What time is it? 5:53. We'll see what the next terror zone is. If it's a bad terror zone, I'm probably gonna call it and go get some dinner. If it's good, we'll see. Gothic shield, take that Jew though. So we still probably got another run or two of this at least. We're about... Ooh, lost up here. See, like these succubus, and these ones are actually the real succubuses, and they haven't cast it once. Depends on the terrorized. If it's a good terrorized, we'll stick around for it. Yeah, man. It should be tomorrow, 5 to 7 probably, East Coast time. Hopefully. Also, it really depends on work, but it should be 5 to 7 roughly. And then the Blizzard guide does go up tomorrow. Although you seem pretty knowledgeable, I don't think you need a Blizzard guide. I feel like you know how to make a Blizzard sorceress. Hey man, no problem. I'm glad you really like that. Did that guide for the energy shield answer all your questions then? If not, let me know and I can try to answer them up some. But I just saw a lot of people weren't real quick clear on how the energy shield mechanics actually work, so I wanted to clear that up. What did you respec into, out of curiosity? Energy shield what? That's definitely a possibility, Seth. Nice. Nova's really fun. Nova, I think Energy Shield just fits with the best, personally. All those light skill charms also buffing your Energy Shield are just great. The playing probably will be more so once I get my basement set up. Because then I'll actually have the camera running and I'll use the camera to hide the in-game chat before people start saying weird stuff. Ginger Gaming Mentor. He sounds really familiar. I think I've watched his videos before. He's a YouTuber, right? I think he also streams on YouTube. If it's the person I'm thinking of. Might be somebody else, though. Nice. Yeah, he seems like a really chill dude. Yeah, I've definitely seen his videos then. I don't remember which one I saw. He did a video on something I was researching. Hey man, a month's still pretty freaking quick. It's fast. I've never gotten to 99, so it's a lot faster than I've done. But yeah, I do plan on opening the games up to the community eventually. Yeah, well, Llama's like an actual Diablo 2 god. Has a whole community behind him. The dude knows every single mechanic and every single class in the game. Has his amazing community behind him. You're probably not gonna do it faster than him. Like, I pretty much watch all of his videos he still puts out. He has some crazy stuff that I didn't even know existed. Like, I learned from him this ladder when I was prepping some stuff to get ready for ladder. I was watching one of his videos and he was going into the speed runs, the map layouts and stuff like that. I had no idea. For normal, maybe it's past normal, but it works for at least normal for the underground path or whatever it is from Stonyfield to Dark Woods. If you run into the Red Fallen, you've gone the wrong way. The Red Fallen only appear at the end of the tunnel, like a dead end. Not the blue ones, it has to be the red ones. I had no idea. He knows a lot of really specific things. I enjoy his content as well. I got a phone call here. I'm gonna keep playing, but I will have my mic muted. 1 second, guys.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, they hung up. So we'll see if they call back. I don't know those two. Yeah, I prefer the chill streamers. So that's kind of what I do. You know, I try to do something that I would enjoy watching. A lot of like the really popular streamers, like if you go on Twitch and stuff like that, some of them they get so into the game, so loud, a lot of yelling. It's not my thing. So I try to make content and or guides and stuff like that that I would enjoy watching. It's not to say I don't get excited at times and start yelling, but it's usually not action RPGs. Unless like a Headhunters or something drops in PoE. Yeah, it's cows is a love-hate relationship with me, man. They are... I feel like there's no in-between with cows, right? You're either everything's fine or you've randomly died because you tele-stomped into them and they had some crazy combo mods on them. So they make me nervous. They're deceivingly dangerous, in my opinion. Okay, Grand Charm off the rip, though. There's so many times I'll zone out on here and tele-stomp into them and die. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still burned out of cows, man, from back in the day. I don't know why. It's not like I don't do a ton of Chaos Sanctuary. I mean, you've watched me do it a lot today. But man, cows, they just don't do it for me anymore. And I think it's just because I have bad luck in here. I don't really find anything good. Everybody talks about how they find all these runes with all these amazing stuff in here. I never find anything. I feel like you find a lot of jaws, man. I find a lot of burrs. Burrs are probably my most common high rune I find. Which is definitely not complaining about that. Also, Erez, I did see that you rolled that 55 scythe. I got sidetracked though, I forgot about it. Congrats on your scythe, man. Those things can be a pain to roll. Back in the day on Lord of Destruction, I couldn't find people that were rolling that. Like, people just weren't doing that. It was more of a PvP thing, I think, back then. So I ended up actually rolling, I think I rolled 8 infinities. Back to back to back, and then held them out of the scythe because I couldn't find anybody to give me a scythe until I got the 55 from my PvP sorceress. Just because I couldn't find anybody buying or trading them. And I didn't have the patience to explain to people why I was doing it. But now, that's a very popular build. And a lot more people know why you're doing it. Heck, don't feel bad, man. I'm happy. The more minus 55 sites we have, the better. It's such a fun build. It really is.
I can't.
I'm not full already? Oh, it's just stacked really weird. Okay, this will be my last one. The girlfriend is out helping my family. Is doing some hunting. Apparently they got some deers today. And I did not realize that the kid had not eaten dinner yet. So I'm going to go cook up some dinner after this one here. So this will be the last game. So those of you who've been chilling in the background quietly, if you guys have any questions, you want to get answered before I hop off, now's the time. If not, and you still have questions, feel free just to drop a comment on the video, and I will get to it. Hellrune, heck yeah. Yeah, small charm. Oh no, I can't hold everything. What do I drop? We'll just leave the Hellrune there, I guess. I only really need it for spirit sets for what I'm trying to craft in 35. There we go. That's close enough to a clear. Let's identify these.
Good day.
Actually, I think I will go back for that Hellrune. You don't always need them, but when you do need them, that's not the portal. I didn't make a portal, silly. So I do appreciate you guys for sticking around. Hopefully I'll see you guys on the next stream or an upcoming stream. Do try to stream 5 to 7 every day, but with my internet that might not happen. So thanks again, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I'll talk to you guys later. See ya.